Hi, I'm Norm Abram, and welcome to another season of the New Yankee Workshop. We've got an interesting collection this time, including this old-fashioned Victorian umbrella stand. And how about a coffee table made from recycled pallet wood? Over here, an old-fashioned wheelbarrow constructed from oak and incorporating a modern pneumatic tire. Now for the gardener in the family, how about a gardener's workbench with storage for tools up above and some large bins for the potting soil. Now for the child in the family, a nice oak wagon. Another interesting piece was inspired by a Danish collection, a half-round table known as a console table, and incorporates curved rails and curved legs. Now let's get started with the project today that everybody can use in their workshop, a rolling shop cabinet. Plenty of storage down below, a large drawer at the top, and it's meant to be used next to the table saw or as a station for many other portable tools. Some have even suggested that maybe it should be used as a microwave cart in the kitchen. I'll show you how to build that next, right here in the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
You know, the most frequently asked question I get about the workshop is, what is the most important tool? And I always respond by saying, the table saw. One like this, with a good cast iron table and a good rip fence, one that'll stay parallel to the blade, giving you nice true cuts. Now, if you buy anything any smaller than this, you might be a little bit disappointed, especially when you're trying to handle big sheets of plywood to build cabinets. Now, as good as this saw is out of the box from the factory, you can make it even more versatile by building some accessories, like this roll-around shop cabinet. Now, a lot of thought went into designing this. First of all, the casters make it easy to move into position. And the height of the top is even with the saw. Now, the choice of the laminate was not an accident. It was from experience, from accessories that we have on our shop saw. This laminate, I found, is very durable, and because it's slippery, almost like ice, it makes it easy to push panels through. Now, the edges of the top are oak, so that they're durable. And I made sure I allowed the top to overhang the cabinet. And that's so that I would be able to use clamps like this and get a good bite to hold down maybe a router table or a surface planer. The base of the cabinet is made out of birch plywood, which is relatively inexpensive, pretty durable, and finishes up nicely. Now, you know how most drawers, they only open out about 2/3 of the way, and you're in there searching around trying to find something that got way in the back? I found some full extension drawer slides. These devices right here on the side. It lets it come out all the way, and they're strong. They'll hold about 100 pounds of weight. Now for the doors, I didn't want any hardware to show, to hang them. And I wanted them to be strong, so I chose these European hinges. And they're strong because this part of the hinge is mortised right into the door. Now down below, you have a similar problem. If you have a fixed shelf, you never can find anything that's way in the back. So I got full extension shelf slides. And I put a band around the shelf to keep things from falling off. Now down at the bottom, there's 4 swivel casters. They have a locking device to keep the cabinet from moving around as you use it. Now, if you'd like to build an exact copy of today's project, a measure drawing and a materials list is available. And you'll hear more about that before this program ends. I'd also like to take a moment to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your power tools. Knowing how to use your power tools properly will greatly reduce the risk of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now here's some of the plywood that I picked up at my plywood outlet. And they offer a couple nice services. One is that I don't have to buy full sheets, which is especially good on a project like this because I really need 1 1/3 sheets. The other thing is that they offer a free cutting service. So I had them cut me some panels a little bit larger than what I need, and I'm going to true up all the edges using my table saw. Now, it's very important to use a good blade when you're cutting veneers. It should be one that's designed for cutting veneer plywood, and carbide tips, and notice how many teeth. In this case, 60. And what that'll do is minimize any chipping of the veneer. So now I'm ready to size the panels. The next operation is to do some dadoing. You need a dado along the top of all the cabinet sides, and that's to receive these corner blocks. I suppose you could just nail them in place, but by sitting them in a dado, you get a bigger glue surface and just a stronger block, because this block reinforces the top of the cabinet and gives me a place to fasten the countertop. I also need a dado that runs down along the inside of the side panels into which the back will fit. And there's one more set of dados down at the bottom of the side and back panels into which the fixed shelf will fit. Okay, I'm going to dry assemble a couple of the pieces of the cabinet to show you a detail here. Now, all the edges of the veneer plywood that show, I'm going to cover with this thin birch veneer. I'm going to put a piece here, and I'm actually going to put a piece here to cover up the dado that I don't want to see. But I'm afraid that if I don't fill that dado, this veneer is too thin and not strong enough. So I'm going to fill the void with some little pine fillers and just use some hot glue to hold them in place. Well, now it's time to put some veneer on the edges that are going to show. And I've used a couple different methods over the years. One is to just buy regular veneer and apply contact cement to the edge of the panel and to the back of the veneer and just glue it on and trim it off. A few years ago, they started coming out with veneer that already had glue on the back side, and it was activated by heat. So you could just lay it over the edge, take an ordinary household iron, and just iron it on. The latest thing is this edge banding tool, and these really came about due to the fact that shops would want to produce a lot of cabinets and edges at one time. Just a roll of veneer and this little heat gun, which blows hot air onto the glue surface, heats it up so that it gets melted, and you bring out the wood onto the roller and just roll it along the edge. It works great. Now you want to make sure you keep even pressure against the roller and you move at the same rate of speed. That takes a little practice because if you go too fast it won't stick right, and if you go too slow it'll overheat. Now when you get about 2.5 inches from the end, you just strike this tool right here, which is just a cutter, and it shears off the veneer. You finish it off. Okay, now I'm ready to trim the veneer. And you'll notice that the veneer is a little wider than the panel, and that's really just to give you a little bit of a fudge factor so you can get it nice and even. Now I found that the best way to trim this veneer is to use a router. And I've equipped my router with a straight cutting bit with a little ball bearing which guides along the side of the piece. Now the standard procedure for using a router is to move it against the rotation of the bit. And really that's primarily for safety. But when you're trying to trim a very thin veneer like this, safety really isn't the factor. It's chipping. And in this case, you want to move the router with the rotation of the bit. Now to make sure that everything is absolutely even, a quick run over the edge with the sander, and that takes care of it. Well, now I'm ready for a little assembly. a little bit of glue in the dados. And then when you're working with veneer plywood, it's also a good idea to put a little bit of glue right on the edge of the panel that's going to fit into the dado, because the veneer tends to absorb the glue quickly. I'm going to pre-drill for a screw. All right. Now I counterbored the hole a little bit. I'm going to plug that with a little plug later. Now I'll just use an 1¼ inch screw. Pull it all together. Okay, I'm ready for the other side. And any glue that might squeeze out as I'm assembling it, I want to make sure I clean it up as quickly as possible, just with a damp sponge. Otherwise, the surface won't take the finish very well. Now this top rail gets held in place with a little bit of glue and some 4-penny nails. Now for the bottom rail, the same thing, a little glue and some 4-penny finish nails. Now for the corner blocks, a little bit of glue. They simply get slipped into the dados, and I'll fasten them with some 1-inch brads right down through the top corner. Now this center rail is pine, and that's because you don't really see it. It's hidden behind the draw front and the doors. And I'm using some screws to fasten it because I don't have any corner blocks to give it strength. Now remember those holes I drilled for the screws? Now's the time that I think I'll fill them in. A little bit of glue in the hole itself. I use my brush to get a little to put on the plug. I picked up these birch plugs at my woodworking supply store, and they're tapered a little bit, so when you drive them into the hole, they fit nice and snug. And I'm in no hurry to sand them off quite yet. The casters are held in place with 4 carriage bolts, and I've just started a little bit of a hole by holding the caster in place as a guide, and now I'll finish drilling it through the bottom. Okay, now I'll just put a carriage bolt through, give it a tap so it won't spin, and bolt the caster in place. I'm using my belt sander to remove a majority of the dowel that's sticking up above the side of the cabinet. Then I'll sand everything smooth with my finishing sander. And that should do it for today. Tomorrow, we'll finish it up. Well, good morning. I've been waiting for you. I want to show you the parts that I've been cutting for the drawer. This is for the back. These 2 pieces are the sides, and this large piece is for the bottom. And they're all 1/2 inch AC plywood. Now, clamped in the bench vise is another piece of birch for the drawer front that I've edged, and I'm getting ready to cut a dovetail joint. I'll show you what I mean. This is a different method of joining a drawer front to a side. It's a sliding dovetail. The side slides in through the joint, really making it secure. Now to cut that joint, the first thing that I have to do is lay out the center of the dovetail cut. And I also put an indicator mark here. I don't want to go all the way through and show the dovetail at the top of the drawer. Over here is a layout line, an offset, that I'm going to set this clamp on and use it as a guide for my router. Now the router is set up with a 1/2-inch dovetailing bit. And the key here is to hold the router tight to the back of the drawer front and against the guide. Move it slowly in, watching through the base of the router and stopping right at that indicator mark. Now I got to be careful because if I pull the router out while it's running, I'm going to ruin the joint because it's tapered. The bit is tapered. I just want to move it in slowly, shut it off, and push it back out again. I'm going to need your prayers. I've installed the same router bit that I cut the socket with in my router table. And by carefully adjusting the rip fence, I've made this sample to see how it's going to fit. Let's check it out. Just snug, that's what I want. Now I can run the sides through. Back here at the table saw, I've reinstalled my stacked dado head cutter, and I've set it up for a 1/2 inch in width and made a groove along the back edge of the side where the back will fit into it. Well, that takes care of the groove for the bottom of the drawer to fit into. Now to make the groove in the drawer front, which is going to receive the bottom, I can't do it on my table saw because it'll show through the ends. But I can use my portable router, which I've equipped with a 1/2 inch straight bit and a guide fence. I'm just going to drop it in near one of the dovetail sockets and run to the other one. The drawer goes together with a little bit of carpenter's glue. Let me just slide this joint together. And if it needs a little help at the end, a block of wood and a hammer will do the job. The back of the drawer gets glued and nailed into place. Now the bottom of the drawer, which is not glued to the sides and front, just nailed along the back. Installing the drawer slides is just a matter of following the manufacturer's instructions. Some screws into the drawer side and some into the case. Let's see how it fits. Slip it together. Good. Now let's put the doors on. Now the doors, more edge-banded plywood, need two 35mm diameter holes for the hinges. Now for the hardware itself. The manufacturer of the hinge will sell you this little template, which makes it easier to locate the hinge on the case. That's all there is to that. Installing the doors is a snap. The top of the cabinet is made from 3/4 inch high-density particle board. There's 2x4s around the bottom edge to give it some thickness, and it's all banded in oak. Now, I've already cut the particle board to size and the 2x4s that go underneath it. And I'm just going to use a little bit of glue and some screws to fasten the 2x. Now, the oak banding that goes around the countertop is mitered at the corners, and that's best done here at my power miter box, which I've set at 45 degrees. I like to secure the oak band to the counter blank with a little bit of glue. And what I'm going to do first is nail the corners together with some brads. Then I'll secure the rest of the band with some screws. The high-pressure laminate for the top is applied to the substrate using a contact cement. We'll put a little bit out on the piece, roll it on each piece, and when it's dry, we'll carefully attach them together. Now see, that's just dry. Now you only get one shot at this. This is contact cement. Once it touches, that's it. So I've cut the piece a little oversized. And get it lined up on the edge here and drop it down. Now I'm just going to take this J roller and bond the two surfaces together. I'm using the same router bit that I trimmed the wood veneer with a little bit earlier. One final detail for the top. You'll notice that I chamfered the edges all the way around. And to do that, I just set my router up with a chamfering bit. I'm going to secure the top to the base with 4 2-inch screws through those corner blocks we put in earlier. These cleats will hold the hardware for the sliding shelf. Okay, now we can build the tray. Using the table saw, I've made this rabbet, which will receive the bottom of the tray. Just as with the edges on the countertop, I've mitered all the corners over at the power miter box, and now I'm attaching the edges with glue and some 1-inch brads. Now, before I install the shelf, I think I'll give everything a coat of sanding sealer. This is a water-based sanding sealer, and it's a good choice for a first coat because it'll seal the pores in both the hardwood and the softwood. I'm going to coat everything inside and out. It should dry in about 30 minutes or so. Then I'll take a look at it, and maybe I'll put one more final coat of a good hard polyurethane to really protect it.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop. But today we're going to build an interesting and useful project. I want to build a reproduction of this old lidded bench. This one, I've been told, has been sitting on this property for over 75 years. It's really handy, especially when you come in with the groceries at the back porch. You can set them down while you find your keys. And underneath there's a storage compartment, which is a good place for the dog leash, a garden hose, or maybe some garden tools. But if I'm going to build a reproduction, there's one thing I don't want to do, and that's build it out of pine and paint it, because I don't want to deal with peeling paint a few years down the road. What I'd really like to do is build it out of cypress, like I used to build these Adirondack chairs a couple years ago, because they're holding up real good. But the problem is that the cypress I used for these was recycled cypress from an old brewery, and I heard that that stockpile is long gone. So where am I going to find some cypress? You know, I think I heard of an outfit in Florida that might sell me some. I think I'll give them a call.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Now, folks, don't even dare to touch that dial. This is still the New Yankee Workshop, except instead of being in the workshop, I'm on a river. Now, the location is secret, but we're here with a couple divers who are actually looking for some sunken treasure. Except it's not gold. Rick and Joe, what are you looking for? What is the treasure here?
We're trying to recover a lost resource in antique, axe-cut, virgin heart pine, and heart cypress.
Now, where did these logs come from?
Well, they were rafted, timbered, drugged to the river, formed into rafts, and rafted downstream to the mills.
So they actually grew right out there on the banks of the river, and they were lashed together down here, sent down, but why are you finding logs? Wouldn't they all end up down at the end of the river?
Well, unfortunately, they didn't all make it. There are a lot of spots in the river hard to navigate, shoals, obstacles the raft run into, broke apart, logs scattered, and that's what we're here after.
So they're down under all this water. Now, what's it like down there? It looks a little muddy.
Well, it is a little muddy. We do have about 3-4 feet of visibility. It's pretty much a rocky bottom, and you run into a little bit of wildlife.
Yeah, nothing harmful, I hope.
No, sir, just a few banded water snakes, a couple nice sized turtles, and catfish here and there.
All right, are we going to find some today, do you think?
Well, we're coming up on a set of shoals here in a minute or two that is a prime location to find the logs. The fellas were probably coming around this corner, working up a good sweat. Just about the time they thought they made it, they looked up and seen these shoals here. And it was, from the looks of it, just about impossible to get around.
So I suppose it wasn't worth their time to go back and pick them up. They had all they could do just to navigate through these shoals. And so you're coming now for what they left behind.
Yes, sir.
All right, yeah. Found one here. What do you think it is? Boy,
It's axe cut.
which means it's old, right?
It's old. It was cut. It means it was cut down.
Dates at 100 years or better.
It looks to me to be heart pine. No limbs. I don't know if I can find any lash rings. or any peg holes where they drilled it to peg it together.
There's moss and everything growing on it. You would think with the water running this fast, there would be nothing on it. And you just lifted out the log that must be 30 feet long like it was nothing. How could you do that?
These logs, when they're in the water, are almost neutrally buoyant. But as soon as you break the surface of the water with them, they're incredibly heavy.
Well, Joe, it looks like you really hit it on this one, but what about that big log right over there?
I'd have to say that would be a trophy-sized log. That's a big, big heart cypress log.
Really? Well, what do you think, Rick?
This log is a real beauty. Real beauty.
This log must be almost 3 feet in diameter, so how old do you think this is?
I would have to say it would be close to 800, 900 years old would be my guess.
This is going to be a really valuable log. If you look at these little spikes, that's indicative of a bird's eye.
Okay.
And bird's eye heart cypress is really valuable. It's really beautiful.
Well, I'm glad you found this one, and I'd like to watch you harvest it, but for the amount of time we have today, I don't think we can stick around for that.
Well, you're in luck. Early this morning, Joe and I went downriver and we found some smaller logs, heart cypress logs, and we've got them at the landing if you want to go take a look at them.
Love to. Okay, Joe, you got your boat out of the water and Rick is all set up in his scuba gear. What's going to happen now?
Well, what he's going to do is, we've landed a couple logs here earlier. We're going to pull them up and let you take a look at them. But typically at this stage, we would have all of our logs accumulated in one spot. We would drag them up and load them on a semi.
Okay, so this is what happens. So what's he doing now? Is he getting...
He's digging for one we have tied off down there.
Okay. Now, Joe, how long do you suspect that log was sitting in the bottom of the river?
I would expect 100 years, maybe better.
Really? What surprises me, though, is that wood in the water like that for 100 years, that it's worth anything.
Well, it's not rotten. The water protects it by depriving it of oxygen.
All right, Joe, now what happens to the logs from here?
Well, that's when this fella over here takes over.
Hi, Norm.
Hey, George.
What do you think of that little operation on the riverbank?
Well, I think your guys had a real profitable day. They found some real nice cypress and pine
Well, I'm
down
glad to
there.
hear it. I'm glad to hear it. I hope y'all had a nice time.
Oh, it was great. What's going to happen to all these logs after you get them loaded on the trailers?
Well, we're going to truck them back to Florida to our sawmill, where we'll cut them into lengths and then saw them into lumber on the sawmill. We'll stack it out and air dry it for 2 to 3 months, then kiln dry it and then mill it into flooring or paneling or cabinet wood.
So it's available to all the cabinet makers and home
Available to
builders
anybody
around the
who would like
country.
it.
That sounds great. How much does it cost, though?
Somewhere between $3 and $5 a board foot.
Okay, so you're not
Depending
giving
on
it
the
away.
grade. No,
Yeah,
sir.
you're not giving it away, but for that quality of wood, I guess it's worth it.
That's very much
And
worth
for all the work these guys had to go
it. Guys
through.
go through a hard time to get this.
Well, thanks a lot.
Well, it's
We
my
thoroughly
pleasure.
enjoyed
It's
it.
our pleasure.
Finding the cypress was an important first step, but now it was time to start thinking about building a prototype. And even though I really like the lines of this antique bench, I thought I could make a couple improvements. And one of them was with these boards along the back of the bench. They're just simple square butt joints. And these boards are going to expand and contract with changes in humidity. You really can't hide a joint like that. So I decided on my prototype that I would celebrate the joint. And what I've done is just slightly chamfered the edges of all the boards. Now on the antique original, at some point in time, the old seat must have rotted away and it was replaced with a piece of plywood that had been painted on the top edge. It's been on there about 10 years and it held up really well, and I'll show you why. It was actually made out of not just ordinary plywood, but this plywood, MDO board. It's a plywood core and a paper surface. It's waterproof and it holds paint really well. In fact, they make highway signs out of it. But I don't think a piece of plywood or even MDO board is going to look good against this nice cypress. So I did a simple glue up. A couple pieces of 1x8 glued together with a good waterproof adhesive. Now, a couple more things about the old antique that I noticed. The boards at the bottom were tightly butted to the back and the front, and even pretty close together, and that they used ordinary screws which will rust. The problem with this is that It's not a totally waterproof project. Some moisture is going to get in there. So when I built the prototype, I deliberately spaced the boards at the bottom to let air circulate in there. And I went down to my woodworker's store and found some stainless steel screws. They'll never rust, and even if they get wet, they won't stain the natural wood. Now, if you really like the look of this project and you'd like to build one, I'd like to reassure you that a measured drawing and a materials list for all the parts is available. I'd also like to take a moment to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your power tools. Knowing how to use your power tools properly will greatly reduce the risk of personal injury. And also, remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these, safety glasses. Now last night, before I left the shop, I glued up the panels that I'm going to need to build our bench. Because the waterproof glue has to cure for about 6 to 10 hours before you can start working with the panels. And I'll show you how I did that. As nice as this cypress is right from the mill, there's always a little variation in wood and thickness. And when you do glue up, sometimes that can present some problems. If you have a surface planer, you can run all your stock through in a matter of a few minutes, ending up with a consistent thickness. Now, one of the accessories that I find really valuable for the surface planer is this chute. It hooks up to a hose, which goes to a vac. And what it does is it keeps the dust down, but more importantly, it removes all the chips from the planing operation. If you don't have this, they're all over the floor. Now, if you have a joiner like this, and you should, that's the preferred way to straighten the edge of a board. But if you don't have a joiner, there is another method, and that's to use your table saw. And what I like to do is first take the board and put it against the fence, which is nice and straight, and see which way it's curving. Now, this board has a slight curve in this direction. I don't want to run that edge through first, because if I do, I'm basically just going to follow that curve and end up cutting a parallel curve. I like to turn it around and put the side that is curved away from the fence against it. Then I'll run it through, removing just a little bit of material to straighten this edge. After I run all the boards through, I'll move the fence in slightly, flip the boards over, and run the other edge. It's surprising how good of a result you'll get. Now I'll just move the fence 1/16 of an inch closer to the blade and rip the other edge. All right, let's check out the joint on this side panel. Pretty good considering I just used a table saw. Now, to secure this joint together, I'm going to use a waterproof glue that's generically known as resorcinol. It comes as a little kit. There's 2 parts, and it's not cheap. It's $18 for these 2 cans, a resin and a catalyst. You mix it together by volume. 4 parts resin, 3 parts catalyst. The instructions advise that glue be applied to both edges and then allowed to sit in the open air for about 5 or 10 minutes. Then they can be clamped together. Okay, that's had enough time to set. Now I'll just clamp it together. Now, one thing about this waterproof glue is that as long as it's not cured, you can clean it up pretty easily just using a damp sponge. But believe me, once it sets, there's no way you're going to get it off. Now, this glue will be fully cured overnight. It's amazing, the strength of that waterproof glue. The first thing I want to do this morning is square up the bottom edge of the side panel blanks. Well, you've seen this device plenty of times, my homemade panel cutter, and it's perfect for squaring up wide boards or panels. I'm going to take off about 3/4 of an inch. I'm going to be building several of these benches, so I made a pattern of the side profile out of some poster board. And all I have to do is take the pattern and trace it onto the side blanks. I suppose I could cut these side panels on my bandsaw, but it's such a big piece it's kind of awkward. The jigsaw will do just as good a job. I suppose I could put my drum sander in my drill press, but again, the piece is kind of big and awkward. It'd be hard to hold, so it's easier to use the drum sander in my portable electric drill. I also like to sand both pieces at the same time because I end up with a wider surface to keep the drum perpendicular to the side. If I was doing one board at a time, it might rock back and forth, becoming uneven. I'm laying out for the cleats that go on the sides. There are 3 cleats, one at the bottom, one at the front, and one at the top. The top one is slightly sloped so that the water will run off the seat rather than just setting there. It's very easy to lay that out. First, I just square a line across. Then I measure down 1/4 of an inch, which is the amount of pitch I want at the front edge. And using my square as a straight edge, I go back to the back corner at nothing and draw a line down for the correct pitch. With all the layout done, the next thing I want to do is ease the corners on all the curved sections. And to do that, I'm going to use my router, which is equipped with a 1/4 inch rounding over bit. And I only want to ease just a little bit, so I've raised the bit just slightly above the table. Let's look again at the original. I want to show you this intersection where the backboards join the side. It couldn't be simpler, just a butt joint. The problem with that is when the boards move or shrink, you get a gap through there. So on my prototype, I did something a little different. I put a rabbet joint in the corner. That not only gives strength to it, but it eliminates that problem of seeing through the end. Well, I've made the rabbet in the side panel with my stacked dado head cutter, which is set up in the table saw, and I attached this wooden auxiliary fence so the dado won't hit the metal fence. It's set up for 1/4 inch depth and 3/4 of an inch in width. To fasten the cleats to the sides, I've pre-drilled and countersunk for these stainless steel screws that I mentioned earlier. They're expensive, about 8 cents a piece, but we don't want them to rust, we want it to last. I'm ready to mill this stack of boards, which will become the pieces that join the 2 sides together. And the first thing I want to do is chamfer the edges. And I could use a router with a chamfering bit, but since I have a joiner, I'm going to use it. Now, some joiners only have a fence which tilts to the outside, and that's okay, you'll still get the same chamfer. Mine also tilts to the inside, which is kind of nice because I think it gives you more control in holding the board in position. I'll just make one pass on each corner. It does a great job. Now, you might have noticed that next to my radial arm saw, I have a wooden table, and it's built at exactly the same height as the radial arm, and that comes in real handy, especially when I'm cutting long pieces of stock. It also comes in real handy when I want to cut a whole series of boards exactly the same length, because I can set up a stop. Now, the boards for the back of the bench want to be all exactly the same, so I've positioned the stop at the right distance from the blade. And notice that I've angled the stop block, so I just make contact at a point. The reason I do that is if I was to put it square and sawdust built up in there, you'd see that the board would not go tight to the stop, and I would actually cut it too short. It's a real good system. First you square up the end of the board, then you run it to the stop and trim it up. I'm going to start the assembly by tacking the back boards to one side. And all I'm going to really use is one nail in the center of each board to hold it in place for now. The bottom slats get held in place with some screws. Okay, now I can put the other side on. Well, now I can finish attaching the bottom slats, making sure to leave that gap between the boards. Before I can attach the cleats that hold all the back boards together, I want to cut the arch on the top board. So I'm going to use this little layout stick that I made using some basic geometry. And I'm going to lay it out again so I can show you how you do the geometry. First of all, I want an arc up here on the top board, which I've left loose so I can remove it for trimming. And I want the arc to end 1/8 of an inch above the top of the side. The peak of the arc will be right here along the center of the bench and at this height. It can be almost any height, but this is closest to the original. Then I connect those 2 points together with one line. Divide it in half to find this point. Then taking a framing square, I carefully draw a line down the back of the bench until I cross the center line, which is across the width of the bench. Then from that, I can make my stick. I measure from the intersecting point to the top of the arc. Put a nail for a pivot point, and now I can just tap the nail in. And then using a pencil at the top of the stick, draw the arc. To take the edges off of the cleats that will hold all the backboards, I'm just using my router, which is equipped with a chamfering bit. Now this is a place where these stainless steel screws are really going to earn their keep. They'll never rust, and they won't leave any stains on the wood. Now these two boards are going to make up the front of the bench, and this is the inside. I'm just going to hold it together with a couple of cleats. Now, the front panel gets slipped in against the cleats and held in place with a couple nails. Now, one more thing, while the assembly is on the workbench, I want to put this cleat on the bottom boards to stiffen them. Now, I'm adding a couple nails in each board from the side. They're about 1.25 inches up from the edges. What they are is actually 4-penny galvanized finish nails. They come in clips like this for the nail gun. And because they're countersunk, I don't think they're going to stain, and they won't rust because they are galvanized. The last cleat is this one. It goes across the back of the bench, and what it actually does is supports the back edge of the seat. To dress up the front of the seat, I'm adding this strip, which has rounded edges, and it'll actually give it a thicker look. I'm holding it in place with some glue and nails. Well, that about does it. Now all I got to do is find a home for it.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop, where today we're going to take you to another era, an earlier time, where many young boys and girls had a paper route and a little red wagon to cart them around in. I'll show you how to build this classic next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Today we're in Rochester, New York, at the Strong Museum, which is a collection of collections of ordinary objects used in the household and at the workplace by Americans since 1820. And one of the more popular exhibits is right here, One History Place. It's where children 3 to 7 years old can pretend they're in the Victorian age. Ah, the kitchen. And a nice work table. Maybe we can build one of those at the shop. And look at this, a black iron stove. My grandmother used to have one just like that. And this, I guess, represents the attic, Grandma's attic. Now down here is the Victorian parlor, outfitted in all the period pieces, including some toys. Now the museum was kind enough today to bring out of storage this wagon so I could show it to you. Wagons like this were made in toy factories starting about 1875. Now this one's a little younger, about 1920. They also had a copy of the original trade catalog that came with it. And I love the first line. Parents, don't worry about their boy's thoughts or his deeds when he has an auto wheel. Great line. Now I can see from this wagon that they haven't done any better solving some of the problems than we have. The handle still is in the way. And where the handle pivots, can you imagine how many fingers have been pinched in there? But they did get the wheels right. Wooden wheels with metal banding. I don't even know how to start building one of those. But there are some good ideas, and I love the proportions. I think I'll check it out a little closer. Well, it holds the road pretty well, and it turns on a dime. And the fit and finish is pretty good. Well, what do you think of our version of the old-fashioned child's wooden wagon? It's made out of oak and plywood, has some removable sides, and the wheels I actually picked up at my hardware store, and they're just sold as replacement wheels. They have ball bearings. Also, here's a couple pieces of threaded rod, some nuts and washers. And I did spend quite a bit of time in my hardware store picking up all the pieces that I needed. The handle is fashioned from a piece of oak and is attached to a 1-inch oak dowel that leads down to the steering system that even the guys in Detroit might want to take a look at. But there is one warning: there are no brakes, so use with caution. Now, if you'd like to build one of these for your child or your grandchild or even yourself, a measured drawing and a materials list is available. And you'll hear more about that before this program ends. Now, I'd also like to take a moment to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your power tools. Knowing how to use your power tools properly will greatly reduce the risk of personal injury. And remember this: there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now, to get started on today's project, I want to take these 4 pieces of oak, which will form the sides of the wagon. And the first step is to put a dado, the back side and front side of the long rail, to receive the front and back of the wagon. So I've set up my table saw with a stacked dado head cutter. It's set for a 3/4 inch width and a 1/4 inch depth. And I've also set up a gauge block to position it in the right place. Now here's the whole base sort of loosely put together. And here's a piece of 1/2 inch MDO plywood, which I'm going to use for the bottom. Now this plywood will be supported in the rails with a 1/2 inch dado that runs all the way around. Now the dado in the short pieces can run end to end, but if I run the dado on the long pieces all the way through, it's going to show. So I want to use what's known as a stopped dado. So I've set up my router table with a 1/2 inch straight cutting bit. I've adjusted the fence to be the right distance away, and I've put 2 indicator marks which tell me where to drop it on and where to remove it so that the dado won't show beyond the end. Now, because this is oak, I've only done the dado to a depth of 3/16 of an inch. I'm going to raise the bit another 3/16 and run all the pieces through again. Now, this wagon will probably sit outside in the weather where it's going to take a lot of abuse. So to hold the sides firmly together, I've installed a rust-resistant threaded rod that runs side to side with a nut and washer on each end. Now that also sits in a little dado so that it's recessed and out of the way. The dado is 3/16 by 3/16. So to make that, I'm going to use the table saw blade alone, which is 1/8 of an inch wide, make 1 pass, then move the fence 1/16 and make the second pass. The washer and the nut for the threaded rod is recessed in the side. To do that, I'm going to use a 5/8 inch Forstner bit and make a 1/4 inch counter bore. The through hole for the rod is made with a 7/32 drill bit. Well, now I've set my drill press up with my mortising attachment and outfitted it with the 3/8 inch square chisel. And that allows me to make the mortises in the rails that'll receive the stakes for the removable sides. Now, to take the sharp corners off all the exposed edges, I'm just using this little tool. It's a little angle and a couple blades. Of course, you could also use a block plane. I don't want any sharp corners on this project. Now I just slide the threaded rod through the assembly, put on a washer and a nut, and drive the whole thing tight. That ought to do it. Now, with the base of the wagon completed, I'm ready to start working on the rear suspension. And the first piece is this piece of plywood, which needs a dado cut in it to recess the axle. You might have noticed I didn't even bother setting up my dado head. Just moved the fence once. That's all it took. Okay, now using my jigsaw with a metal cutting blade, I've made a 90-degree notch in this channel aluminum. And now what I'm going to do is just bend it around the piece of plywood. I've just marked the dado, which is also the location of the axle, on the channel. Now I need to drill a 1/2-inch hole for the axle. So I've set up my step drill in the drill press. Each step is a 1/16 of an inch bigger. Okay, now on the top of the channel that goes under the wagon, I need 2 1/4-inch holes to bolt it in place. Okay, now I just need to mark the piece of plywood so I can remove a little material so it'll clear the bolts. Now the rear axle is braced with some aluminum angle, one at each rear wheel. There are 2 of them, and they happen to be mirror images of one another. I've laid out and cut one, and now I'm set up to cut the next one. I'm going to make this cut first, just using my handheld jigsaw and a metal cutting blade. And now on the other end of the piece, I'll just bend the end that attaches to the bottom of the wagon at about 45 degrees. Now there's a hole for the axle, and now I need one for where it gets attached to the bottom of the base. Well, now we can put some of it together. A brace, piece of the threaded rod with one nut on the end, slide it through, put another brace on, and another nut. Now what I can do is mark out for my holes at the lower end of the brace, drill them, and fasten it to the bottom. Okay, that takes care of the braces. Now for the wheels. First, a washer on the axle, then the wheel, another washer, and a special nut that I picked up at the hardware store, which is readily available, a locking nut. There's a little nylon ring in there, and that helps keep it on so it won't spin off as the wheel turns. I want to just snug everything up, not too tight. Let's take another look at our prototype and check out the front suspension. It consists of an oak post, solid oak, through which a bolt passes. Then there's a series of washers, then this plywood yoke, and then underneath that the axle assembly, and the bolt connects all these pieces together. Now here are two pieces of solid oak that I've glued and screwed together to make the posts. I want to chamfer the edges, and I'll do that at the table saw. Now the yoke pivots underneath the oak block with a couple washers as a spacer. Now if the washers are loose, eventually they're just going to wear their way through the oak and the plywood. So I want to fasten them in place with a couple screws. Okay, that washer is not going anywhere. Some screws secure the post to the bottom of the wagon. Now this is a piece of 3/4 inch thick MDO that I've cut to make the yoke. I've knocked off the corners at a 30-degree angle. I'm going to wrap the edges with the same aluminum channel that I used on the back axle assembly. Okay, well that just about does it for today. Tomorrow we'll install the axle under that yoke, put the handle on, and then make the sides. Well, I wanted to take a quick test drive this morning before you got here and test out the comfort of this handle. This is actually the second one I've made for the prototype. And I think this is the one I'm going to stick with. It works pretty well. I'll show you how to build that in a minute. But first, we want to finish making the front suspension. And I've already taken the time to drill out another fender washer, which is going to get attached to the top of the yoke. And that's now ready to be screwed in place. The axle for the front wheels passes through a solid piece of oak that's attached to the yoke. That means drilling a 1/2 inch hole almost 12 inches long. Now here's the piece of stock set up in the drill press. It's difficult to hold a piece like this vertical, so I've installed some wooden clamps and also some other clamps to hold the whole assembly from sliding around. Now I'm going to start drilling partway through. The drill press only allows me to go about 3 inches or so with the travel. That's my limit. So to get more depth, I'm just going to crank the whole assembly up, letting the drill bit go down through the part that I've already made. Okay, well, I've used up all of that bit that I can. The problem is I'm not all the way through yet. So I could add this extender to the bit and drill all the way down, but I'm afraid it'll drift off. So I'm going to disassemble it, turn it around, and use the same procedure to finish it off. Okay, that's what I want. Now there's one more hole to drill in this piece, right in the center. Just misses the axle, and that's a bolt hole to secure it to the post. I think it's a good idea to chamfer all the edges to show. It makes it user-friendly. Over the table saw, I've just nibbled away a little material on each end of this oak block to account for the aluminum channel so it'll fit tightly to the MDO. A little bit of construction adhesive and some screws, and we'll fasten it in place. Okay, let's see if we can put the front suspension together, starting with this 7-inch carriage bolt, which slips up through the oak block. Okay. And then another fender washer as a spacer and to also make it turn more easily. And then the yoke assembly itself. Okay, another washer. And I'm going to put 2 nuts on this so that I can lock them against one another so they won't come loose. Not too tight though, I want it to move easily. And using 2 wrenches, we'll just lock it together. The axle and the wheels go on just like they did on the rear. I want to show you this little detail up front here. The handle is attached to the yoke with these oak blocks. And I want the grain running horizontally because that'll give it the most strength. We're pulling against it. So I've laid out the 2 pieces on this larger piece of oak. First thing I want to do is knock off the corners. So over here at my miter box, I've turned it to 45 degrees, and I've installed a stop block to keep my hands way clear of the blade. Now that takes care of the sharp edges once again. Okay, that takes care of the hole for the through bolt. Okay, that's a bolt hole to attach the block to the yoke. That nibbling step that I just completed at the table saw was necessary so that the block will fit tightly on the MDO and clear the metal. Now I can drill the holes through and bolt them in place. Okay. Now this is a piece of 1-inch oak dowel, which is going to form the shaft of the handle. I'm afraid it might split with all the movement down here at the yoke, so I'm going to slip a piece of 1-inch copper tubing over it and then drill my hole through. Okay, now that's the pilot hole. Now I'll enlarge it to 3/8. Okay, that takes care of the 3/8 hole. Now I'm going to drill one more hole at the top end of the copper pipe. And that's just so that I can put a small bolt through to relieve the pressure on the big hole. Now installing the shaft to the yoke takes some pretty good hand-eye coordination. And the idea is to get a washer on each side. So I'm going to use a short bolt to just hold this one in place for the moment. And then I'll use my longer through bolt and slip it through to one of the washers here. Now I got to try to slip the whole thing together without losing the washers. Okay, I think we're going to get it. Now the bolt goes through and pushes the temporary one out. And now a washer and nut on the other end. I've laid out the handle on this piece of oak and just drilled a couple holes on the inside corners. Now I'm going to clamp it in my bench vise and cut out the rest of the inside with the jigsaw. Now that hole is a 1-inch hole that will receive the shaft. I'll show you what that hole is all about. That allows me to have the handle fit over the end of the shaft. Now I'm going to join the handle to the shaft with this iron dowel screw. So I'm going to have to drill a couple pilot holes. Okay, that's the dowel into the shaft. And now I should just have to spin on the handle. Well, now for the sideboards of the wagon, and they consist of stakes and slats. And I've set up to make the tenons on the bottom of the stakes. This cut first. Now I've lowered the saw to about 1/16 of an inch to make these short shoulder cuts. The slats for the sideboards are made out of thin oak, which is not easy to find in a store, so you have to cut it yourself. And what I did is actually split some 3/4 inch stock right down the middle. Now my surface planer allowed me to remove all the saw marks and make sure that all the pieces were uniform in thickness. The slats are attached to the stakes with screws, so I want to pre-drill and countersink for them. Oh, those 3/4 inch plated screws should hold the slats securely to the stakes. Let me just pull it out. Flip it around. Well, now that we got 2 of them, maybe we can race them, but not before we paint them. I want the undercarriage of my wagon to disappear or lose it, so I'm going to paint it a gloss black. I'm starting with a coat of gray primer using a spray can with no fluorocarbons. Well, now with the black, the undercarriage really starts to disappear. The bed of the wagon I want to be a bright red, so I'm starting out with a coat of latex acrylic primer. I want to show off the oak on the sideboards of the wagon, so I'm going to put on a couple coats of a marine superspar varnish. Well, what do you think of the red? Too red? Not red enough? I don't know. I think it's just right.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop. If I told you that you could take an old pallet like this, pull out the nails, and clean up the wood with the right tools, and turn it into an attractive and useful coffee table like this, would you believe me? I'll show you how to do it next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Well, you know, the conventional way to start a woodworking project is to go down to the home center or the hardwood outlet and pick up materials that are all ready to use. But this is a story about Yankee thrift. And I got an idea from my grandfather, who, when he retired, took up woodworking. He showed me some pieces of furniture that he built from crates and pallets. So I said, why not give it a try? So the first thing I did was head down to the local warehouse where all these pallets are stacked up out back and they just want to get rid of them. So they'll give them away. Brought them back to the shop. Now I did need one critical tool, this planer. It's a surface planer. It has a heavy wheel with a couple long knives that will clean the surface of the boards up and make them nice and smooth. Now undoubtedly when you plane that kind of wood, there's grit in it, and even if you remove the nails, you're going to have some damage to the knives. So you have to replace a set, as I did this morning. But be careful. I nicked my finger doing that job. Now over here is the prototype coffee table. took 5 pallets, and I ended up with a little red oak, some white oak, and even some poplar, which makes up the frame. Now, we do have a measured drawing for this prototype table. Every one is going to vary a little bit depending on the yield from the crates, but you can use it as a guide to build yours. And you'll hear more about that before this program ends. Now, I'd also like to take a moment to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your power tools. Knowing how to use your power tools properly will greatly reduce the risk of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now, to get started today, I've got to finish taking apart all these pallets. And the critical thing here is to make sure that every staple and nail is removed, because I don't want to damage those cutter knives with a nail. Boy, I'll tell you, that was a workout. There were a lot of nails in the pallets that I took apart, 4 in all, which yielded this much oak anyway. There was some pine that I didn't bother with. Here I've got some thick pieces which I'll use for the legs and the frame. And here I have some thinner pieces that run from about 3/4 down to about 3/8, which I'll use for the field of the top and of the ends. Now the idea is to clean all this wood up. And I'm going to start with these 3 pieces, which I want to all end up to be a uniform thickness. So I'm going to surface plane the broad surfaces. Now to start, what I want to do is just take a measurement to get an idea of roughly how thick it is. It'll vary, 1.11 inch, 1.75 inch. So it's always better to set the planer a little bit higher. I'll even go to 1.13 inch, and I'll either take nothing or very little, and we'll keep adjusting until we remove material. Now, how's that for wood with character? Now that I've got one side all smooth and flat, now I can turn them over and do the other side. Okay, now that's the thick pieces. That's not bad looking stuff. Now the next group is a whole series of boards that looks like they'll plane down to about 5/8 of an inch. The process is exactly the same. Okay, well now you're looking at the pile of sawdust that I created while planing about 40 pieces of wood for my table. And believe me, they did take their toll on the planer knives, which I'll have to replace later. But the result is some boards that are nice and clean on the surface. The next job is to clean up the edges. They're still rough, and they need to be smooth and sized. So what I want to do is check the board for an average width. And these are running about 3 9/16. So I think I'll set the saw at 3 1/2, just to remove a little bit from one edge. Then I'll move the fence and clean the other side. Okay, that takes care of one edge. Now I'm going to move the fence about 1/8 of an inch closer to the blade, turn them end for end, and run the other edge through. With all my stock rough milled and sorted, I'm now ready to start building the coffee table. The first thing I want to do is take a couple of these thick pieces and make some legs. 4 of them 15 inches long. Even though the edges of the stock are pretty smooth right off the table saw, I think it's a good practice to run a pass through the joiner. Now I've taken my 4 leg blanks and clamped them together and laid out the top edge for a rabbet, which will allow the top rail to sit flush. And down at the bottom, I've laid out for a dado for the lower rail. I've also put my stacked dado head cutter in the radial arm saw and carefully adjusted the height so that it'll remove about 9/16 of an inch of material. It'll take several passes. Look at the prototype for a second. The field on the end panels goes behind the rails and sits in a dado in each leg. Now to make that dado cut, I've now installed the stacked dado head cutter in the table saw. It's set up for 5/16 of an inch width, which is the thickness of my field. And that dado runs just behind the cuts I made over at the radial arm. Now we're ready to start assembling the end frames. A little bit of glue, and the rails just get slipped and held flush with the edge at the bottom. One up at the top. And I'll fasten it in place using a couple 1¼ inch nails at each location. Now on the outside face of the end panels, I'm running a decorative chamfer right along the edge of all 4 pieces, stopping about 1.5 inches from each corner. Now using my miter box, which I've set up at a 45-degree angle, I'm cutting pieces of stock that are 5/16 inch thick, they're about 1 3/8 inches wide, to make the field for the end panel. And for now, I'm just going to set the pieces loosely in place. Now there's one more finishing step I want to do to these slats before I actually nail them in place. And that's to take this little plane and just chamfer all the long edges. It gives it more of a finished look. Now with all the edges of the slats chamfered and now reinstalled in the end panel, I can fasten them in place using my brad nailer. I'm using 3/4 inch brads and nailing into the back of the rails. You might have noticed that I wasn't very fussy about lining up the edges of the slats, and that's because I have an additional cross piece which I'm going to put on the inside. And this is the bottom one, and I want to line it up with the bottom edge of the outside rail. And I'll fasten it by using some 1¼ finish nails, nailing all the way through everything. Now, I didn't use any glue on any of this because the wood is going to want to expand and contract, and I want to let it do that. Now here I've cut some pieces to make a frame which will join the two ends. And they're made out of pine, which came from another pallet that I milled down. And I'm going to fasten the frame together using some 2½ inch screws. And this is actually a new screw we're trying here at the shop. It has little ribs down at the bottom, you can see, and that acts like a pilot drill, drilling a hole for the screw. Then on the underside of the head there are also ribs which will countersink it flush and lock it in place. Now they claim that you can drive the screws very close to the end of a piece of wood like this and that it won't split. Let's see what it does. Pretty good. I need a little filler strip at the top edge of the end panels, and that's just so I can bring it up flush with the leg, and that'll give me a place to fasten the frame to. Well, now I'm ready to attach the frame to the ends. I'm just going to stand it up on edge and hold it in place with one of these quick release clamps and fasten it with a few screws. To provide a good base for the field of the top and to really give the table a lot of strength, I'm going to glue and nail a piece of 1/2 inch plywood to the frame and to the ends. Now the field for the top is going to be made from this 9/16 inch thick stock. I don't want to use the boards at this full 3 1/8 inch width because the quality of this lumber and the moisture that's in it, it's going to cup very easily. By ripping it in half, I make a much narrower piece which is less likely to cup, and if it does, it'll show a lot less. But using the same techniques that I used to fit the slats in the end panels, I've cut all the pieces for the top, allowing them to overhang the plywood backing by about 1/4 inch all the way around. I've also taken some time to sort the different types of wood. I started with some oak, then this hardwood here, which I'm not sure what it really is, but it looks a little bit like maple. Then there's some cherry, another field of 5 boards like the second group, and I'm going to finish it all off in oak. Now I'm flipping over these slats because I want to apply a coat of sanding sealer to the underside. The reason for that is because I won't be able to do that once they're in the right position on top of this plywood base. By sealing both sides of all this wood in the finished product, I'm less likely to get cupping and curling. Now this is a water-based sanding sealer. And what it really does is seals the pores of the wood and makes it easier to sand. This sealer dries pretty fast. It'll only take about 10 or 15 minutes for it to become completely dry. Well, now I'm ready to start working on the perimeter that'll go all the way around the top edge of the table. And for that, I've got 4 boards that I picked out at the very beginning, the best pieces I could find. This one is almost perfectly clear the whole length. That'll make one long rail, probably the front side of the table. Here's another one that's pretty good over its entire length for the back. And then these 2 pieces, maybe I can get one end rail out of this section and another one out of here. First thing to do is to rip them, and I want to be at about 3 1/16 inches. Now I'll just joint both edges nice and smooth. Well, now I can show you why I left all the top slats stick over the side 1/4 inch. That's so that they can fit into this dado that I've just milled in the rails. I've clamped the 2 long rails to the table. You'll notice that they're sticking by about 1/4 inch. The end rails are going to fit over them, and I'm going to rabbet the ends, which makes a much stronger joint, and it also will conceal the dado that's in the short pieces. To do that, I'm going back to the radial arm, which is set up with the dado head cutter. It's also not a bad idea to put a coat of sanding sealer on the inside of the rails. And while that dries, I think I'll go back and finish up the work I have to do to the top slats. I'm chamfering all the corners of the top slats just like I did on the end slats. All right, now we can start finishing the assembly of the top. So what I'm going to do is put this long rail on and just let a couple of the slats stick over so that it'll hang there. It sets it at the right position relative to the plywood. Then I'm going to take one of my end pieces and slide it out till it just fits tight in that joint, which is right there. And then I'll nail the long rail with some 1 1/4 finish nails. Okay, now I'm ready to put on one of the end pieces. First, a little glue in the rabbet. And I'll make that corner mate and slide out one of the slats to pick up the other end, like that. First, I'll nail it into the frame with some finish nails. Okay, now I'm going to switch to my brad nailer, which I've installed 1-inch brads in. I'm going to use those to nail through the corner. Now it's just a matter of slipping all the individual slats into the dado. The thing that I like best about this system is that there's no need for any nails in the top surface, which would show and have to be filled in later. Now, if there's anything tricky at all about this project, it's this step right here. Trying to get all these slats to fit into the dado the entire length without having them all pop out. Well, now that I've got 5 or 6 of the boards into the dado, I'm going to put a clamp on one end here to keep them from popping out on me again, and then continue working my way down. Okay, I finally got them all caught. Now I can nail the rail in place. Now to finish off the top, I'm just going to round over the outside corner with a 1/4 inch rounding over bit in my router. Then we'll be ready to finish it. Well, after thoroughly vacuuming the coffee table back in the shop, I've brought it into our paint room, which is a nice area to have because I can store all my paint and it's pretty much a dust-free environment. And one thing that I like to do before I put any finish on a piece is give it one more wipe down with a tack cloth like this. It's just a cheesecloth that's been impregnated with a solution that makes it tacky, and that will lift any of the dust remaining on the piece. I'm going to start finishing our coffee table with a coat of sanding sealer. I want to make sure that I give it a good thorough mixing in the can. But I don't want to paint from the can. I don't think that's a good practice. First of all, when I dip my brush in to get paint, I have no place to tap off the excess. So then I'm likely to scrape it across the edge, filling the groove, which means when I go to seal the can, it's not going to seal tightly, and eventually it'll spill right over down the side. It's just kind of a messy idea. So what I like to do is actually use a separate paint bucket and pour in just about enough material to do the project. Now, sanding sealer is a good choice for the first couple coats. It dries quickly, but more importantly, it seals the pores of the wood. And once it's sanded, it gives you a very smooth surface to apply the final coat. Now, you'll notice that I'm giving a coat to everything, inside and out. Well, after 2 coats of sanding sealer with a light sanding between each coat and dusting it off, I'm now applying the final coat of a gloss polyurethane.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop. You know, a few weeks ago, I built one of these for my wife. She's the gardener in the family. And this is a gardener's workbench. She loves it. Open shelves in the back, a good-sized potting area, a little compartment for tools and markers, and down below a couple good-sized bins for the potting soil. And I'll show you how to build one next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Boy, isn't this nice? Coming into a nice warm greenhouse on a chilly winter day. Now, I don't happen to have a greenhouse, but if I did, the first thing I'd build would be a gardener's workbench with an area to store pots, some place for all the gardening tools, and a nice big work surface that'll take a lot of abuse and moisture. And underneath, I'd find an area to store all my various potting soils. I guess I'll take a few measurements, get up to the drafting board, see what I can come up with. When it came time to choose the material for our gardener's workbench, the choices were obvious: redwood for the frame and MDO for the working surfaces. Now, MDO board is just plywood-based material with a paper surface. It's very resistant to water, and it's very durable. Now, I make no pretense to be a gardener, but I do have access to some of the best gardeners in the country. And it was their combined knowledge and suggestions that allowed us to come up with this design. Now, they asked for a few specific things: 3 shelves at the back, and they said make them fairly wide, so I used 1x10s. And they said don't make it much higher than 6 feet because you won't be able to reach anything when you're standing in front of the bench. Now, the back is open, and that's not a problem because they said it would go against the wall of a greenhouse or a garage. But they did want it to be rigid, so I put this X-brace in. Now, the working surface is the MDO board, and they requested that it have a backsplash and sides, so the material wouldn't spill out. They also wanted an area to store things such as markers, scissors, and some garden tools. So I built this little storage compartment. It's only about 10 inches deep. Another thing they wanted was a place to store potting materials, and they left that up to me. So I came up with these bins. They pivot out, and they hold about 2 cubic feet of material. And the idea is you just scoop it out and put it up on top of the table. Now, if you'd like to build one of these for the gardener in your family, a measured drawing and a materials list is available. And you'll hear more about that before this program ends. Now, I'd also like to take a moment to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your power tools. Knowing how to use your power tools properly will greatly reduce the risk of personal injury. And remember this: there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now, to get started on today's project, I want to work with some 2x4s to make the front leg, the back leg and back shelf standard, which is all one piece, and the front shelf standard. Now, they require dados for the shelves and dados for the side rail that supports the work surface and the side rail that ties the legs together. Now, to cut the dados, I really have 3 tools that I can choose from. One would be the router and a straight edge. One would be the table saw, and the other is the radial arm saw. I think the radial arm saw is the best choice. The router and straight edge, they take a long time. You've got to set it up at each place that you want to cut a dado. The table saw works quite well, but the real disadvantage is that your layout lines have to be facing down, and it's real difficult to make sure you're staying true and straight. The radial arm works the best because the layout lines will be up, and you're just pulling the saw through the material. Now, to cut the dados, I'm going to use what is known as a stacked dado head cutter, and it has several components. First, a blade that goes on. Now, I want to get a 3/4 inch dado for those shelves, so the blade gives me the first 1/8. Then I'm going to put on what's known as chippers, a series of chippers. Each one equals an 1/8. So now we have 1/4, 3/8, 1/2 inch, and you notice that I'm staggering them, I'm spacing them out. 5/8, and finally one more blade, which will give me a 3/4 inch width. I'll put the nut on the shaft, put the guard back on, plug it in, and I'm ready to go. What I'm starting to do now is cut a dado in the front legs into which this 2x4 for the cross piece will fit. It actually supports the bins. Now, the depth of the dado is about 1 5/8 inches, and that exceeds the capability of my dado head cutter. So I'm just going to use my saw blade and the table saw. I'm using a process called nibbling, where you run the piece through the saw, a little bit at a time, just moving it over, nibbling away the material. Now you push it through and move it over so it'll clear the blade as you bring it back. I never want to cut on the back though. Using the same nibbling technique, I need to make a little rabbet in the ends of this 2x4 that supports the bins so that it'll fit over the 1x6 side rail. Well, I'm almost ready for some assembly, but before I get started, I want to do something to the bottom of the legs. This is the front leg, and this is the back leg that goes up into the standard. And I've learned from experience that if you don't do something with these sharp corners, that as you slide the bottom of the leg on the floor, it's going to chip and break off. So to prevent that from happening, I'm just going to use an ordinary block plane. I'm just going to chamfer the edges all the way around. Well, now we're ready for some assembly. I'm going to make each side frame. The joints will be assembled using construction adhesive and galvanized bugle head screws. Now, I have no problem getting this workbench out of the workshop or where I'm going to bring it. But if you don't have a 34-inch wide door opening, you might want to hold off on the adhesive. Now this piece of 2x4 is the front standard that supports the front edge of the shelves. It gets fastened the same way. But with the side assembly clamped on edge at the workbench, I can now start installing the 1x10 shelves. More construction adhesive, more screws. Now this piece of 2x4 is centered on the rails at the bottom of the bench. It goes from side to side, right in the middle. And it adds some stability to the base, but more importantly, it's where the back of the bins will rest when they're closed. The back of the workbench is reinforced with a simple X brace. It's half lapped in the middle, and it's fastened to the shelves and to the frame. I found the best way to lay it out was to actually take my pieces of 1x3, put a center mark on the end of a 6-foot piece and align it with the corner at the top, and then down at the bottom I would align the center mark with a mark that's 9.5 inches up from the bottom of the leg. Now all I have to do to lay out the half lap is mark this face of this one and the underside of the other piece for the dados. And for the corners, I'll just take my pencil and run it along the side of the frame. Cut off the corners with my saw, make the half lap with my dado head. Now, you might have noticed that I've been pre-drilling every place I put screws in. Now, even though redwood is a very soft material and the screws would go through easily, it also splits very easily, so it's important to pre-drill. Here's a piece of 3/4 inch MDO that's about 36 inches across and 48 inches tall. And out of that single piece, I'll be able to get my backsplash, the work surface area, the bottom of the tool tray, and the back of the tool tray. And I'll rip it on my table saw. This piece of MDO board for the backsplash needs a little notch at the bottom of each corner to fit over the side rail. And I'll make that notch at the table saw. For the little end cut, I'll just do that freehand. Now, one place that I decided not to use any construction adhesive was on this backsplash and later on the work surface. And that's because if there's anything you might have to replace on this workbench, say maybe 20 years from now, it would be those two pieces. This 5.5 inch piece of 3/4 inch MDO is the back of the tool area, and it also provides some support for the work surface. Okay, now that takes care of the cleat that'll support the back edge of the work surface. Now here at this piece of MDO board, I'm going to put some little cleats to support the bottom of the tool shelf. I'm going to fasten it in place with some construction adhesive and some 1¼ finish nails. Okay, now for the tool shelf. And I think actually this will be the last thing that I'll put in today. We'll finish up tomorrow. Well, you know, my gardener friends were right. If this was any higher, I wouldn't be able to reach it. I really can't wait to get started potting up some plants at this workbench. But I better not get too excited about gardening yet because I still have a woodworking project to finish. I want to get started today by installing the work surface. And I want to run a bead of the construction adhesive right along the back edge here. And that's to seal up the plywood, prevent it from getting moisture in the edge. Okay, we'll just squeeze that in. I'm just going to put 4 screws down each edge. Now to attach the backsplash to the counter area, I'm putting 4 screws in through the back. The less screws in the counter surface, the less the chance for deterioration. Now, to seal up the front edges of the plywood and to dress it up a bit, I'm going to install these 1 1/4 inch redwood strips. And they're held in place with construction adhesive and nails. The next thing that I want to make are these side pieces, and they're slightly tapered, about 1.5 inches over 22 inches. And I'm going to do that over at my table saw with the little accessory that I bought at my hardware store, a tapering jig. It's made out of metal channel, has a pivoting point on one end, a little dial in degrees and inches per foot, which is pretty handy. It has this swing arm, which is used to adjust it to varying tapers, and a little stop here that you rest the material against. Used in combination with my rip fence, you can cut a pretty wide range of tapers. I've already done the adjustments for the taper I want, and I'm ready to run my stock through. The joiner does a nice job smoothing up the saw cut. Okay, now it's time to turn our attention to the bins. The sides of the bins have a little curve, and that's necessary so that they can open. If they were square, they wouldn't be able to tip. Now, to lay out that curve, all I need to do is use my tape measure and a pencil. I'll just put the tape measure at about 22 inches on one corner, hold my pencil at the tip of it, and just scribe an arc. And now to cut it, I'm just going to use my portable jigsaw. Okay, that is one matched pair. Now I'll just make another one. Okay, to smooth up the saw cuts from the jigsaw, I'm just using my small belt sander. You might have noticed that I've clamped all 4 side pieces together. And that's because the wider the base is for the sander, the easier it is to keep everything nice and square. Let me remove one of these bins so I can show you the construction details. The front of the bin is 3/4 inch MDO. The sides and the back are 1/2 inch MDO. And the bottom is another piece of 3/4 inch MDO. Now the bottom sits in rabbets in all 4 side pieces. And I've set up at the table saw to do that. Now take note that I've added a wooden auxiliary fence to my standard rip fence. And that's really there just to protect the dado head from hitting the metal. I've also made a rabbet along the edge of the front panels, and that's for the side to sit into. I just finished running a 1/2-inch wide dado along the back edge of all the side pieces, and that's for the back of the bin to fit into. I've just run the pieces for the back through my table saw with the blade tilted a little less than 45 degrees. And that's necessary so that the top edge will conform to the shape of the side. Now we're ready to put the bins together. Now I'm going to assemble the bins using some construction adhesive and some 1 1/4 galvanized finish nails. Here at the upper front corners of the bin, I've added a couple screws because this is the point that's most likely to have the greatest amount of stress as you open the bin. The operating mechanism for the bin to pivot on couldn't be simpler. Just a 3-inch butt hinge. Half of it gets fastened to the front rail and half of it gets fastened to the bottom of the bin. And there's really no need to mortise them in. To attach them, I just hold the hinge in position and using my drill with this device, I pilot a screw hole. Now the device has a little tip that fits into the countersink of the hinge, and when you push on it, the drill bit comes out and drills a pilot hole. The last thing to get installed is this little cleat that actually acts as a stop for the bin so it won't just fall out onto the floor. It's a pretty simple device. When you start to open the bin, it hits the front leg and holds it in the open position. Is there a gardener around who wouldn't like a workbench like this?
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop. We've got a challenging project today to build this tall 12-drawer shaker chest. Now, they are very rare, but we were lucky enough to find one out at the Hancock Shaker Village, and that's coming up next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
There are many reasons to come and visit the Hancock Shaker Village. One might be to gaze at the round stone barn. I like that too. I come here for inspiration for our furniture collection. In a recent return visit to the brick dwelling, I want to show you what I found. This room is furnished as a cloakroom. And over here on this tailor's workbench, we see some material and tools that were used to produce finished cloaks, such as these. What I wanted you to see were these massive units of drawers that were built into the wall in almost every Shaker community. After all, they felt that everything should have a place and that everything should be kept in its place. So with units such as these, that could be accomplished. But what you didn't see very often were massive, freestanding chests, such as this one. Now, this is an old piece. It dates to 1806, and it comes from the Shaker community in New Lebanon, New York. No one really knows how they were used, but considering there could have been up to 6 brothers or sisters in a retiring room, maybe each one was assigned one large drawer and one smaller drawer. It's a beautiful piece, made from pine with hardwood knobs, nice dovetails on the corners of the drawers, and solid raised panel pine bottoms on the drawers. Now, considering today's lifestyle, this is a massive piece of furniture. But once you get up close to one of these, the memory lingers. And if you're a woodworker, you just can't resist wanting to build one. Now, in the interim, since we looked at that antique chest out at the Hancock Shaker Village, another tall chest just like it was auctioned at the Fruitlands Museum in Harvard, Massachusetts. And a dealer bought it for over $160,000. Now, I'm sure the shaker that built that chest rolled over in his grave when he heard that price. But with that in mind, I needed no further inspiration to get started on ours. And it was a lot of fun to build. Of course, I did use some more modern materials. I used plywood on the drawer bottoms instead of solid pine. I also used plywood on the back of the chest. And I used modern glues to assemble all the joints. Now, the chest on the exterior is all pine. And we're going to use some cherry knobs. That's why I've left them off. I think the cherry knobs should be oiled, as the rest of the piece will be painted the old-time Shaker red. So it'd be better to put them on later. Now, if you'd like to build a chest just like this, a measured drawing with the materials list is available. And you'll hear more about that before the program ends. I'd also like to take a moment to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your power tools. Knowing how to use your power tools properly will greatly reduce the risk of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now, if I had some 18-inch wide boards like the Shakers did, I could have eliminated this first step, which I actually completed last night, and that was to glue up some panels for the carcass of the chest. 2 tall ones for the sides, 1 for the top, and a smaller one which divides the upper group of drawers. Now that they're all dry, I can remove them from the clamps, scrape off the excess glue, and sand everything smooth. Now, this step is known as sizing the panels. I want all my panels to be nice and straight and square. So the first step is to rip it to width. And I've actually ripped a little bit off of each edge. The final dimension now is about a 1/16 inch wider than what I want. And even though the saw cuts are pretty smooth, I think I can improve on them. So I'm going to make one pass over the joiner, a 32nd of an inch on each edge. Now, this is a large panel, so I've installed this magnetic feather board to hold it tightly against the fence. The next step is to cut the panels to the correct height. So I'm going to use my homemade panel cutter. And out here over on the left, I've installed this floor stand as a support. And I like this type with the roller bearings because it allows the piece to move in any direction. Well, now we'll mark it for the correct height, which in this case is going to be 78 1/4 inches. And trim it in the same manner. Let me show you what the drawers ride on. There's a series of hardwood runners, and the top of the runner is what the drawer will actually rest on. The runner is sized to be the same thickness as the rails, so as you open the drawer below, it won't tip out too far. And let me show you on this other side where you can see it a little more clearly. The side of the runner has a little piece to it, and that spaces the drawer away from the side of the carcass. Now, all these runners sit in dados, and I'll make those over at the table saw. Now, there are 18 dados in all that run across the entire width of the panel. I've set up my table saw with a dado head cutter for a 3/4 inch width and a 1/4 inch depth. And by continually moving the fence to new locations, I can run them all through. Well, because I've reached the limit of my fence, I now have to bring it back towards the blade and start working from the other end of my panel. In order to conceal the edges of the plywood back, I've recessed it in the side panels. It sits in a rabbet, which I'll make over at the table saw using my dado head cutter. I noticed on the antique original out at Hancock that they had joined the rails to the sides with a half dovetail joint. So I've outlined it to show you what it is. The top of the joint is left square, but the bottom of the joint has a little dovetail. Now that helps add a lot of strength to the joint, preventing it from pulling apart. So I've carried that through on our project. Now the shakers would have cut it by hand, but I'm going to use a router and a little jig that I made. Now the jig is just a piece of plywood with a strip nailed on the bottom that fits into the dado I've already cut. There's another strip on the top that prevents the router from going in too far. And this slot right here corresponds to the collar that I've installed on the router. I've also placed a 3/4 inch dovetailing bit in the router and set the depth so that it's exactly even with the dado I've already cut. It works great. Now I'm starting to get ready to make the rails, and I have to cut a dovetail that'll fit into the slot I've already made on the end of each rail. Now the rail stock is 1 inch thick and it's 2 inches wide, and this is just a representative piece that I've used to check the setup at the router table. And since that fits pretty well, I'm going to run the actual rail. Now for the router table setup, I'm using the same bit that I used in the router earlier, and I have this high fence which helps me guide the piece through. Now, because the piece is narrow, I like to use my combination square set on top of the fence to just guide it along, much like you use a miter gauge in a table saw. One more check of the fit. That's great. Now I'll do it to all the rest of the rails. Okay, that dado that I've just made is in the center of the long rail that goes across just below the small drawers. And this vertical rail intersects it right there. Now you'll notice that that is also a dovetail joint, so I'll complete the cut with my router. Here I've just clamped on a piece of plywood just as a guide for the collar on the router. I've just completed making a dovetail on the end of that center rail. I'm going to check to see how it fits in this intersection. That's pretty good. I've also laid out the locations where I need to make a dado and dovetail to pick up the short rails. This is the panel that divides the upper drawers. It slips into a groove in the back rail. These dados I cut are for the drawer runners. I'm going to attach it to the front center stile with some biscuits at 3 locations. Now there's one more thing I want to do before I start the assembly of the carcass, and that's to cut some biscuit slots in the bottom of this lower rail and at the very bottom edge of the side panel that'll receive this little angled piece which forms the shape of the leg. If I don't do it now, I won't be able to get the biscuit joiner in there later. Well, now we can begin the assembly of the carcass. A little bit of glue on the end of each rail, and I've already installed some glue in the slot that I cut. I'm going to start with the back rails first. Just gluing them and tapping them in place. Now I'm going to put the back plywood on next, because that'll allow me to square up the carcass. The plywood has been cut perfectly square. I've applied some glue to the rails and the rabbet along the back edge. I'm just going to slip it in. As long as I hold the top edges even with the sides of the carcass, it'll be nice and square. Now with one side attached and this top edge flush, I can now check the other corner. You can see the plywood is above the side. To square it up, I'm just going to push it down till it's even and fasten it with some brads. Boy, these are going in nice and snug, and with the addition of the glue, it's never going to come apart. Now, this is our center divider for the top section. A little glue at the cutout and along the back edge. And I can set that in place. And I'll just put one tack up here at the top where it's centered. Okay, just one more thing to glue up, and we'll call it a night. Now here I've used my tapering jig to make an angled piece for the front part of the leg at the bottom of the chest. Now there's the slots for the biscuits. Well, last night, all the glue joints set up nicely, and now I'm cutting out the legs on the side of the chest. I've set up a straight edge clamp for the long cut, which actually guides the base of my little circular saw. And now I'll just cut the angles freehand. Well, now I'm ready to cut out some plywood at the lower edge of the back. And I want to do that so that I don't see it when I look through the side between the legs. But I want to leave as much plywood as possible on this edge to strengthen this back leg, because after all, this piece is heavy. Well, now I'm ready to start working on the top of the chest. And I actually dadoed it in 3 places, once along each edge to receive the side of the chest, and once in the middle for the center partition. And what that does is adds a lot of strength to that connection. To make the dado, I'm going to use my router, which is equipped with a collar and a straight cutting bit. The collar simply rides up against the edge of my straight edge clamp. All right, now I've moved the straight edge clamp a little bit so that now when I make the second pass, the dado will be the right width to receive the 3/4 inch thickness of the side. Now the front edge of the side dados needs to be carefully squared off so it fits nice and tight. Now this little rabbet at the back edge of the top will catch the plywood on the back of the chest. Now I've changed bits in my router. I've now equipped it with a 1/2 inch roundover bit. And because I'm only using a portion of the bit, I can't depend on the ball bearing as a guide. So I've installed this guide fence and now put a bull nose on 3 edges of the top. Now with glue in the dados and along the rabbet at the back edge, I'm ready to set the top in place. And once I get it in its final position, I'll fasten it with some screws. Now for each screw location, I'm going to drill and counterbore. Now for the screws, I'm just using an 1.5 inch bugle head screw. I like to fill the holes left by the counterbore with plugs of the same material. So I've cut some out of pine over at the drill press. And all I have to do now is apply a little bit of glue to the plug and a little bit in the hole. And after they dry, I'll cut off the excess. When I built the runners for the prototype, I built enough for 2 because I didn't want to take the time to have to set up twice. Now I want to show you what the steps are though. First, I made 2 rabbets on the back side. And what that does is allows the piece to slip into the dados we've made in the side. Not too tight, because I want the side to be able to expand and contract freely. Next, I made another rabbet here so that it would be flush with the rail, so the drawer will slide in smoothly. And I left a little material on the side so that the side of the drawer will not hit the carcass. Now, all I have to do to set them in place is just leave a little gap on each end and put 1 screw right in the middle. Well, now I'm ready to start building the drawers. Now, whether they're small drawers at the top or the large drawers at the bottom, all the construction methods are the same. I've already taken the time to rip to width and cut to length all the various components. This is for a large drawer. 2 side pieces, 1/2-inch thick pine that I planed out of 3/4-inch thick stock. A 1/2-inch piece for the back of the drawer, and a full thickness 3/4-inch piece for the front of the drawer. Now the first thing I want to do is make a 7/16 by 3/8-inch rabbet on the ends and across the top edge of all the drawer fronts. One more rabbet on the drawer front, and that's along the bottom edge, except this time it's only going to be 1/8 of an inch wide. Now this 1/2-inch wide dado is at the back edge of the side piece, and it'll receive the back of the drawer, like that. This 1/4-inch wide groove along the bottom edge of the side pieces is for the plywood bottom of the drawer. Okay, a little adjustment to the rip fence, and I'm ready to make the last dado, which goes in the drawer front, and it must align with the dado in the drawer side. Let's take a look at one of the prototype drawers. The drawer front is connected to the side with half-blind dovetails. The first part to mill is the tail that goes in the side piece. So I've set up my dovetailing jig according to the manufacturer's instructions, fastened the side piece in place, and now using my router, I'll cut the tails. Let's take another look at the prototype. The pins, which is the end grain you see here from the drawer front, are cut next. So after making some adjustments to my dovetailing jig, I can route those out. Well, now it's just a matter of assembly. A little bit of glue on all the dovetails and the pins, and then I just slip it together. Now a little bit of glue in the dados of the side pieces and on the ends of the back piece. I'll just slip it in and fasten it with some brads. Now I'm just going to put one tack in each corner at the back of the drawer. Now I'm just going to measure diagonals, and if they're equal, it's nice and square. 44 and 13. Okay, that's good. Now I'm just going to put one tack right in the middle here where the glue is. Hold it square. Okay, the last one. Let's see if it fits okay. Good. Now a little bit of final sanding, and this piece will be ready for the finish. Well, I'm now applying the first coat of finish on the chest, and I'm starting with a latex enamel primer. And I've tinted it gray, and after it dries, I'll sand it lightly with some 220 grit sandpaper, and then put the finish coat on, which is going to be this nice old-time shaker red color, which is also a latex enamel finish. You know, you can get a lot of satisfaction from building a piece like this. And I know that there's more than enough room in there for my entire collection of plaid shirts and blue jeans.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop, where today I'm going to show you how to build a few variations of colonial fencing. Now, for ideas on different styles, we went to the best, Colonial Williamsburg. That's next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
At Colonial Williamsburg, fences were a requirement. Homeowners had to install fences within 6 months of the occupancy of their property. Now, material for fences and installation could be expensive, as it is today, but it was a necessity if you wanted to keep your cow from straying into someone else's garden. Now, this is one of the best examples of a flat picket fence, and it has a nice diamond cut at the top of the pickets. Here's one of my favorite fences. It's a good example of a flat picket fence that would often define the property lines. And what I like about it are the proportions. Nice thin slats, spaced, but also what's attractive is this decorative top, which is reflected in the post. Formed in concrete here for maintenance reasons, but in the early 18th century, formed from wood. A really nice detail that I think we can make. Here's another good example of a flat picket fence. This one is about 4.5 feet tall, and the top of the pickets are cut in the shape of a flame. An original fence like this was found in Robinson, South Carolina in the early 1700s. Here's a fence that I've seen nowhere else except here at Williamsburg. It's a paled fence that encloses the kitchen garden behind the governor's palace. It was really meant to keep the animals out of the garden. It's made up of random width boards, set fairly close to one another. And up at the top, the valleys and peaks pay no attention to the individual boards themselves. Let's take a look at the details inside. The fence travels up a long slope, which is a real headache for a fence installer. Here what they've done is kept the post vertical. The stringers follow the slope, and the pales are perfectly plumb, as they should be. Hard by the governor's palace is another good example of a flat picket fence. This time, the top of the pickets are just slightly rounded. I wanted to show you this gate closure. You see there's a chain attached to the gate down to a weighted ball and back up to a post. As I come through the gate, this chain will be stretched out, and as I pass through, the weight does the rest. Perhaps the most rustic of the picket fences is this one. The stringers are actually slabs, not milled pieces of wood. And the pickets have actually been sharpened at the top, probably done with an axe. And they appear to be hand split. What do you think? It's a look. Here's a good example of a highly crafted fence. Let's look at how it's made. They use square pickets set at a 45-degree angle, and they actually pass through mortises cut right through the stringers, both the top one and the bottom one. They also took the time to slope the tops of these stringers so the water would shed. I can't really imagine what it would have been like to cut dozens of mortises with hand tools. We'll have it a lot easier back at the shop with our machinery. And I really can't wait to get back there and get started. We really got some good ideas from Williamsburg, and they got the details just right. After talking to our friends at Colonial Williamsburg, we learned that their fences were made from old-growth southern yellow pine, which because of its tight growth rings is fairly resistant to decay. But that timber is very scarce and very expensive. Another choice might be new growth southern yellow pine, which is typically pressure treated. But I'm afraid that if I don't support it every 16 inches or so, that it's going to curl or twist. After talking to some of the most respected fence manufacturers in the country, they confirmed our choice, which is eastern white cedar, very resistant to decay and nice to work with. Now, I want to get started today building this fence section, which has through mortises in the stringers for the square pales. Now, if you'd like to build any of these fence sections, a measure drawing is available with the materials list, and you'll hear more about that before the program ends. I'd also like to take a moment to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your power tools. Knowing how to use your power tools properly will greatly reduce the risk of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now, I've taken some material and laid out the stringers for our fence section, 4 inches on center for the pales. And the first thing I want to do is drill a 1-inch hole all the way through at each location. So I've set up my drill press with a Forstner bit, a little clamp as a straight edge, and I've put a piece of scrap plywood underneath so that as the bit goes through the stringer, it won't break out. Now, the drill press does a nice job removing most of the material for each mortise. I'm going to have to finish them up using my newest tool here at the workshop, which is a hollow chisel mortiser. It's a single function tool. It does only mortises, and I've set it up with a 1/2-inch bit and a 1/2-inch mortising chisel. It has a fence, which can be set in and out for various mortise locations, and a hole down to keep the piece from lifting up as I lift the bit out of the wood. I've also put a piece of masking tape on the fence with a little indicator mark, which I'll align with the layout for the pale. Now, first thing I'm going to do is do this back corner. Now, that represents 1 corner of the square, and I'll do the whole length of the stringer. Now I'm just going to flip the stringer end for end and get the opposing point. Now, by adjusting the fence, I can get the 2 adjacent corners. There are a lot of different ways to join fence sections to the post. One of the strongest and nicest is a mortise and tenon joint. Here's the tenon on the end of the stringer, and of course a corresponding mortise would be in the post. Now's the time to cut the tenons on the stringers, and I'm using my radial arm saw, which is set up with a stacked dado head cutter. One of the things that I really liked about this fence style was that the tops of the stringers had been beveled to allow the water to run off. So I've set up my table saw, tilting the blade to 10 degrees and setting the rip fence. 2 passes on each stringer will do it. To smooth up the marks left by the saw blade, I'm going to turn to my joiner. And just as with the saw, I've tilted the fence to 10 degrees. Now my miter box does a good job making the pointed tops on the pails, especially since I have this stop device which holds it in the same position. Well, now I'm ready to put one of the fence sections together. And what I've done is put a long straight 2x4 on top of my workbench. Then I've placed a few spacers between the bottom of the stringer and the 2x4, and what that does is allows the right amount of pail to drop below the rail, and I've clamped it all in place. I'm just going to slip these in all the way down the line, and then I'm going to put the top stringer on. Well, now's when you could use the help of your 12 closest friends. But barring that, I guess just carefully work along and slip them in from one end to the other. And if you take your time, you'll have some success. Okay, now with the diagonals equal, I know that the section of fence is square. And I'll pin it all together with some 8-penny galvanized finish nails, 1 at each pail. Well, that's all there is to making that style of fence. Let's turn our attention to a couple other variations. One of them is this style of paled fence, a little bit taller, and the top of the pail is cut in the shape of a flame. Now, I'm certain that the original was cut all by hand, one at a time. Now, I could use a bandsaw or even a handheld jigsaw, but in order to speed up production, I think I've come up with another technique. What I did is made a template, the exact copy of the flame, out of a piece of 3/8-inch plywood. I'm going to clamp that in place at my workbench. Then there are 2 pine strips into which I'll slip a blank pail and just bring it even with the template. And down on this back end, I'm just going to clamp it so it won't move around. Now to cut the shape of the flame, I'm just going to use my router, which is set up with what's known as a flush laminate trimming bit. It has a couple cutting edges and a ball bearing. The ball bearing just follows the outline of the template, and the cutter does all the work. It does a great job. Okay, just a couple little burrs on the edges, which I can knock off with a piece of sandpaper. And what I'm going to have to do now is make a couple dozen of these for each 8-foot section. Well, nothing could be easier than putting this fence section together. I've laid the rails on the floor and fastened 3 pails in place. Now I'm just checking for squareness, and that's good. Now each pail sticks above the top stringer 7 inches, and this stringer will be in a flat position when it's stood up. The bottom of the pail sticks below the lower stringer at 4 1/4 inches, and that stringer is in a vertical position when it's stood up. Now each of the pails is fastened in place with some 6-penny galvanized common nails, 5 inches on center. Well, that's all there is to making this particular style of fence. Now let's turn our attention to another variation. Now this next fence style that I want to show you how to build has a nice diamond shape to the top of the picket or the pail. And down at the bottom it has a 6-inch board which will run from post to post. Now I'm certain that the tops of these were all cut one at a time by hand back in Williamsburg, but I want to speed things up a bit. So I'm going to gang several pickets together, 9 in this case, and cut them with my radial arm that I've tipped to 50 degrees. And the first cut I'm going to make is along this line, which will start to form the bottom of the diamond. Now with the blade still at 50 degrees, I'm just going to lower the saw a bit to start to form the top edge of each diamond. Now to get a nice sharp corner at this intersection, I'm going to use a back saw and just make a cut at each angle to give me that nice sharp point. Now, just as before, I've laid out the stringers, fastened on 3 of the pickets or pails, and now I'm checking it for square, and that's good. Now this fence also has the skirt along the bottom. And to make sure that the pickets will fit tightly to it, I've put on 3 temporary cleats. And now I'm going to fasten the skirt board right in place and then finish installing the pickets. Now these pickets are installed 4 3/4 inches center to center. Okay, well that takes care of the diamond top fence. Now we'll turn our attention to the simplest of all the fence designs. This fence just has rough boards of random width nailed to rough stringers. The only decoration is this cutout at the top, which is done after the boards have been nailed to the stringer. Well, just as with the other fence sections, I've set down the stringers and attached a couple pails at each end, and now I'm again checking it for square, and that's okay. Now the spacing of the stringers is about 19 inches down from the top of the fence. You have to remember I'm going to be cutting those V's in there, so in some places they'll only be about 10 inches above this stringer. One stringer placed in between the two, and then the bottom stringer is about 4 inches up to the bottom edge of it. I've also installed this string from the first pail to the last pail as a guide for my boards as I nail them in place. Over here you see a whole bunch of boards of different widths. 5 inches, 6, about 7.5, and some that are about 3.5. I'm not really going to pay much attention to what order I choose them in. I'm just going to set them down and then space them out with these scraps of wood that are about 5/8 of an inch and nail them in place. Okay, that was a 6, so I think I'll put a little wider one next to it. Okay, well that's all the pails that I'm going to put on this section. Now I'll lay out for the cut at the top. Now the new section that I'm making is going to be attached to this end of my prototype. And in order to make all the peaks and valleys line up, I need to take this last board, bring it over to the section I'm working on now, and just tack it in place. Just one nail in the center will do it. Okay, now up at the top here, you'll notice that I've snapped 2 lines. One that's 6 feet from the bottom of the fence for the peaks, and one 8.5 inches down for the valleys. Now the valleys will be located along that bottom line, 12 inches on center from the one that I've already cut. And I'll do that all the way down the line. The peak is halfway between, or 6 inches. And I'll just use a framing square to transfer that mark up to the top chalk line and then go 12 inches on center along that line. Once I connect all the points together, I'll be ready to cut it out. Okay, well, that just about does it for today. Tomorrow, we'll install these 2 sections and build a gate for it. Now, let's see if we can get one of these sections to fit in. I tell you, they're heavy. They're not easy to horse around all alone. Yeah, that's not bad. Now you can see that I'm setting the sections in some 5x5 post that started out being 8 feet long. There's a good 3 feet down below grade. Now don't make the mistake of surrounding them with concrete. Just use some good gravel so that it'll drain. Now I also took the post and made notches for each one of the stringers, and I cut those on the radial arm saw with the dado head cutter. Now we're going to put a gate here. It's going to close up against a stop block on the corner of the building and swing out this way. And earlier this morning I mortised and tenon all the parts. Let's go put it together. The frame for the gate is made from rough cut 2x4s, and the 2 vertical members have 3 mortises in them that I cut using the mortising machine that I used earlier to cut the through mortises in the picket fence. Now the cross pieces have tenons on each end, and those were cut with the radial arm saw with the stacked dado head cutter. Now to add strength to the joints, I've applied a 1-part waterproof glue to both surfaces. It's something new that I'm giving a try. I'm just using a couple screws at each joint to act as pins. Perhaps the most important piece of the gate is this diagonal cross piece. I've half-lapped it in the center, and I've cut the corners to fit snugly at the intersection of the stile and the rail. This is going to keep the gate from racking. You know, I really like the way the cutouts on the top of this fence look when it's all installed. And when I get around to it, I'll put on a coat of stain. I think this is going to become a nice backdrop for the new Yankee workshop. So whether you choose to build that fence or one of these colonial versions, I'm sure it'll add a lot to your property.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the new Yankee Workshop, where today we're going to build this console table. Now the woodworking challenge here is to make these nicely formed legs and join them to some curved rails. I got a few tricks to make it a little bit easier. That's coming up next, right here on the new Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Ah, we found the candy store, a collection of English and Danish antiques. Hi, Richard, how's it going?
Good, thanks.
Looks good. Keep waxing. There's a little bit of everything here. Now, most of this furniture came from overseas, and it was painted originally. They were stripped over there, brought to this country for our American buyers. But you know, the thing that's really interesting is the wood itself, this look of the pine, the color, the texture, the warmth of it. You just can't duplicate that with stain. And look at this, a beautiful corner cupboard. But this is the piece I've been looking all over for, a classic console table with nicely formed legs, curved rails, and a nice knotty pine top. A very useful and elegant piece. Let's take a look underneath and see what we have. Oh, look at this. These curved rails were cut from one solid piece of wood, and apparently it didn't hold up very well because there's a block here used as a repair. There's a better way to do that. And look here, there's a spline. It appears that at one time, maybe two of these tables were joined together to make one round one. This is a piece that we're just going to have to make. I'll take a couple measurements. What do you think? Here it is, our version of the console table. I kept the proportions pretty much the same as the antique original and made the top out of a knotty pine. But the frame and the legs are all made from a clear pine. Now, I did make a couple significant construction detail changes. And if you remember, on the antique original, the curved rails were cut from a single piece of wood. And that's very weak, particularly at the ends, where the tenons are the most important part. Now, this rail looks like it's been cut from a single piece of wood, but this is just a decorative molding that's sitting on top of the rail, which I made from 6 pieces of wood glued and laminated together to form the shape of the curve, the strongest way to do it. The other thing was that the antique original had the top fastened with screws driven directly into the rails. That restricts it from moving. In fact, it pushed the table apart. What I've done is installed cleats with elongated holes that allow the top to expand and contract. Now, if you like the look of this table and you want to build one, A measure drawing and a materials list is available, and you'll hear more about that before this program ends. I also want to take a moment to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your power tools. Knowing how to use your power tools properly will greatly reduce the risk of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now, to get started today, I want to make those curved rails. And the first step is to take this piece of 1x8 select pine, which has no knots in it, and rip 2 strips 2 5/8 inches wide. To make the next step a little bit easier, I'm going to cut these pieces in half. So now I've got 4 pieces about 32 inches long, which is longer than what I really need. And I want to rip along the 3/4 inch width twice, giving me 3 thin strips. So I've set up my table saw with what's known as a thin kerf saw blade. I've set it about 3/16 of an inch away from the rip fence, and now I'm just going to carefully run the pieces through. Now you might notice that I'm trying to keep these boards, these individual pieces that I've ripped, in the same orientation as they were in the original piece. And that's so that when I go to do the glue up, I'll get the best possible bond between the pieces because the cuts are going to match. First thing that I did when I started this project was make a full-scale pattern from which I could lay things out throughout the project. If you could look through this pattern, through the tabletop, the top of the leg would be right here, the center leg, which is this marking. Over here is one of the end legs, and these 2 lines represent the inside and outside of the rail. Working from a center line, I was able to determine the various radii that I needed. One is this inside curve, which I needed to make a template to bend those rails. Knowing that information and using my bandsaw, I cut some pieces of 3/4 inch plywood to form this jig. Fastened them to a larger piece of plywood, installed some spacer blocks, and then another piece of plywood because I want good solid bearing at the bottom and at the top of the form. Now you really only need to make 1 of these, but I made 2 so that I could bend both rails at the same time. Now the trick here is to glue it quickly and to get it all clamped in place before the glue sets up. Now, I'm just using a yellow carpenter's glue, and this roller allows me to spread it out quickly. Okay, now I want to make sure that I put glue on all sides of all pieces, not just one side. It's amazing how much stronger these thin pieces are when they're all glued up and bent to form the shape than a solid piece of wood would be. Okay, all glued up. Now, we don't have a lot of time, and clamps are the most important thing right now, plenty of them. First, I'll clamp one end tight to the jig, as close to the end as possible. Now, using this quick release clamp, I'm going to just start to bend the pieces around. I'm not going to try to pull them. I'm just going to use this clamp to gradually ease it towards the jig. Okay, I think it's time to throw on another clamp. This time from this side. Now squeeze it in a little more. And also, I want to pay attention to make sure that the top of these individual pieces stay as even to one another as possible and tight down onto the bottom of the jig. I don't want them to start riding up next to one another. Okay, time for another clamp. I understand they make violins and guitars the same way. Now you can begin to see how the boards will slip by one another a little bit. That's what's supposed to happen. You know, if I get real good at bending forms like this, maybe I can try a spiral staircase someday. Okay. Do you remember that line? Too thin or too rich. I would add to that, you can never have enough clamps. Okay. Well, now you can see what I mean by saying you can never have too many clamps. I'm going to have to let these rails sit in the form for at least 12 hours before they're unclamped. And at that time, they'll actually stay in the shape of the form. So while those are drying, I think I'll start working on the legs, which are not a laminated piece of wood. Actually, they're a solid piece of sugar pine. Now, when I went down to my wood outlet, I went immediately to the short pile. In other words, there's a pile of cutoffs. And I was lucky enough to find a piece of 3-inch thick sugar pine that was about 16 inches wide and 3 feet long. A little bit pricey, $70, but that was enough to make 6 legs, or enough for 2 tables. I've already cut off 3 for the prototype, and now I'm going to rip 3 more pieces 2 1/8 inches wide. Now, using my jointer, I'm smoothing the sawn edges. Now, using a template that I made from some poster board of the leg from the original, I'm going to trace the outline on the blank, and then I'll cut it over at my bandsaw. Now I'm just using my small belt sander to smooth out the saw cuts on the leg wherever I can. Now, wherever I was unable to smooth out the saw cuts with the belt sander, I'm using my drill press and the drum sander. I've been spending some time carefully laying out the mortises and the holes for the dowel pins in all the legs. I also took a little time to pick which leg would look the best for the front center, because that's the one you're going to see the most. And I chose this one because it has the tightest grain. I also labeled the legs, right, center, and left, as you look at the table from the front, because they are not interchangeable, and it can get a little confusing as I move through the project. Now, this is the left leg. It has 2 mortises. One right here that's a 1/2 inch in from the front, and that'll accept the curved rail. Then there's another one on the adjacent side that's about 1/4 inch in from the back, and that will accept this long back rail. Now, the leg for the front of the table has a slightly different mortise setup. There's a mortise that goes on each side, opposite sides, and it goes all the way through to receive each of the curved rails. I'll make all the mortises over at the drill press. Well, as usual, I'm cutting my mortises using my drill press, which is set up with the mortising attachment. Nothing more than a square chisel through which a drill bit passes. The bit removes the bulk of the material, and the chisel squares it up. In order to cut the mortise in the right and left leg for the long back rail, I've moved my guide fence back about 1/4 inch. You can see here that if I simply put the leg in position, it is tilted because of the curvature. So in order to hold the leg perpendicular to the bit, I'm just going to use a couple pieces of scrap as a shim. Our table has tapered legs, and that's to give it a look of lightness, and it makes it a little more graceful. The center leg is tapered on each side. The right and left legs are tapered on the side that faces you, or the side that meets the curved rail. To make the tapers, I'm going to use my tapering jig. It's just a couple pieces of oak with a pivot on one end, a adjustment bar on the other end, and a stop block to push the stock through. I've now set it up for the right and left leg. So as I start to push the jig into place, I have about 2 1/4 inches space. As I go through to the other end, I come to about 1 1/8 inches. Now, in order not to get confused, I always want to keep in mind that on the right and left leg, I taper the side with the mortise for the curved rail. The center leg is tapered on each side, and the end result down at the bottom for width that I want is about equal to the right or left leg. But to keep the leg symmetrical, I'm going to have to taper each side just a little bit. Now, if I use the jig as I have it set up for the back legs, I'm actually going to remove too much because I'm going to come along and cut right about to the center here. I want to end up right here, which is about half as much of a taper. So the first thing I have to do is move my fence over about 1/2 inch for the tapering jig, and I also have to move my rip fence in about 1/16 of an inch for that first pass. All right, that takes care of the taper on one side of that front center leg. Now, if I simply turn the piece over and place the tapered edge against the tapering jig, what happens is the uncut edge is now parallel to the blade, and I don't get a taper. So I have to make a couple more adjustments. Now I have to move the tapering jig out slightly and move my rip fence just a little bit further away this time, and we'll run it through. It should be pretty close. Okay, that looks great. Now to clean up the sawn edges, I'm just using my joiner, set for about 1/32 of an inch. All right, these curved rail blanks have had plenty of time to dry. Let's see how they hold their form. Pretty good. Now I'm just going to plane the edge that I just scraped. Now that I've got one edge of my curved rails smooth and true, I can place that edge against my fence to rip the rail to the correct width. The idea here is to hold the rail tight to the table saw surface and against the fence and slowly guide it through. Now here at my drum sander, I'm smoothing the face and trying to make the face as perpendicular as possible to the bottom edge. Let's take another look at our full-scale template. This square represents the front center leg, and the curved lines represent the rail. I've roughly sketched in where the tenon will show up. I've taken my blank and set it over the template and used the combination square to draw this line on the front, which is a shoulder cut, another one across the top, and one on the back side. I've also laid out the tenon itself. Now it's ready to be cut. Now that the end cut and the cheek cuts are made, I'll cut the shoulders by hand. Well, I suppose I could have made these shoulder cuts using my bandsaw and a fresh blade, but I think this little dovetailing saw is more accurate. These cuts form the top and bottom of the tenon. I'll finish them off by hand. Now this long piece is for the back rail, and I can make all the cuts necessary to form the tenon either using the table saw or the bandsaw. Using a rasp and sometimes a sharp chisel, I'm fine-tuning all the tenons so that they fit in the mortises just snug, like that. Let's take a quick look at the prototype. There is a molded piece that's attached to the bottom of the rail. Now, before I glue anything up, I want to form that piece. I suppose I could just take the rail and trace the outline, cut it freehand on the bandsaw, and then trim the ends. But there's a much more accurate way to make the cut. That's using a circle cutter attachment for my bandsaw. You see a series of holes along a line that is perpendicular and straight off the axis of the blade. Every hole represents the radius of the circle to be cut. Now, taking a piece of scrap plywood and nailing it to the bottom of the blank, I can now place it over the radius pin and make the first cut. Now I'm simply going to relocate the pin about 1.25 inches closer to the blade and make the second pass. Okay, with glue on the tenons and in the mortise, I can slip it together. You might have noticed that there's some little blocks that have been screwed to the rail. I'll show you what those are for. Those that assist me in clamping. This allows me to pull everything tightly together. Now this is how I clamp the rear leg, or the side leg, to the curved rail. Okay, now the back rail requires no special clamping blocks, just the clamp. And after I finish pinning this leg in place, I can do the final back corner. The trim pieces are glued and nailed in place with some brads. Let's take a look at the underside of our prototype. The top is held in place by screws which pass through these small cleats that have tongues on the end and fit into grooves cut in the rails. So here on the workbench, I've set down some scrap pieces of pine, set the assembled base on top of it, and marked where the cleat will meet the rail. I've also marked a line across the cleat and then extended 3/8 of an inch on each end for the tongues. The slots are cut in the rails using a 1/4-inch slot cutting bit. Now, using the same bit that I used to make the slots, except this time in a position to form a rabbet, I've started to make the tongue on the cleats. I only need a tongue on each end, but it looks better to run the piece all the way around. Glue and a couple brads hold the cleats in place. Some 3/16-inch holes that I've elongated by rocking the drill will hold the top in place and allow it to move. Now, this is a good time to clean up the excess dowel. Well, I've just got a little more sanding to do on this blank, which I made up of 3½ pieces of 1x8, and it's for the top. Assembled it with glue and biscuits. Well, once again, I'm going to turn to my circle cutting jig to form the top. I've drilled a pilot hole in the bottom of the blank. I'm going to slip it over my pivot pin, which I've installed on the right radius measurement, and I'll just run it through. Well, a 1/4-inch roundover bit in the router does a good job at easing the edges of the top, both on the front side and underneath. And now the base gets fastened to the top with a few 1¼ inch screws, and this piece is ready for the finish. Now, once I was sure the top fit, I removed it so that it'll be easier to stain and finish both sides of it. Now, the look that I want for this table is sort of a country pine, an English country pine. So I made my own stain this time around. I couldn't find anything that was quite right. It's just a combination of some artist colors, a little bit of mineral spirits, some varnish, and some linseed oil. Now, I'm putting it on with this foam brush. I'm going to let it sit for a couple minutes and then wipe off the excess. Well, now that the stain has dried overnight, I'm applying a coat of sanding sealer. And that seals the pores of the wood, and it gives me a real good base for the final coat. Boy, I'm really pleased with the way this table turned out. The knotty pine top, combined with the stain that we made up, really gives it that warm country feeling. And it was a lot of fun to build.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop, where today we're going to build this wheelbarrow. It incorporates some of the best ideas from the past and from today. For instance, it has removable sides, an old idea that makes the wheelbarrow a much more versatile tool. Yet we've installed a modern pneumatic tire, which allows it to carry heavy loads and roll smoothly. Now, we never realized how important the wheelbarrow was in New England history until we made a visit to the Eric Sloan Museum in Kent, Connecticut. That's next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Have you any idea what it's like for someone who appreciates tools as much as I do to be in a place like this? A temple of tools. We're in the Eric Sloan Museum in Kent, Connecticut. He was a famous artist, writer, and as you can see, collector of tools. There's so many things to look at, but today I want to show you his wheelbarrow collection. Over here in the corner is probably the largest wheelbarrow I've ever seen, about 6.5 feet long. And can you imagine the size of the payload that'll fit in that box? Or even better than that, can you imagine what it might be like to try to lift it and push it around? Now, there are some interesting wheelbarrows that they've placed outside that I want to show you also. Eric Sloan is buried here. His ashes sit beneath this piece of granite that is inscribed with the epitaph that he himself wrote. Now, over here are the other two wheelbarrows. The first one is a little unusual. It's a convertible model. You could use it with this cradle for corn stalks or long material, or you could remove the cradle and install these side panels and a front piece, much like the one I showed you inside, for different types of cargo. Now, over here is a really old wheelbarrow. This is an apple-picking wheelbarrow, and Sloan actually used this in some of his illustrations. Now, you could buy this wheelbarrow from Montgomery Ward for $2.69. I think we've got some good inspiration visiting here. Not only did we look at old wheelbarrows, but I thought it would be useful to look at some modern versions, like this contractor's wheelbarrow, a commercial wheelbarrow that's four-sided and really meant to carry semi-liquids like concrete or mortar. Here we use it in the garden to move soil and rocks and so forth. And we're not always faithful to tipping it on the side so no water will collect. And look what happens. You start to get some rust through. But it is a classic, and with its oak handles, and most importantly, this pneumatic tire, it works pretty well. So after looking at all the features of the antique wheelbarrows and the modern, here's what we came up with. A wheelbarrow made mostly out of oak, and some metal hardware that I fabricated right here in the shop. And it incorporates the pneumatic tire. Now, you won't mix any concrete in this, but you will be able to carry a fair-sized load. And the sides are removable, so you can carry larger items like a bale of peat moss or hay. And it'll also hold a fair amount of firewood. But the thing that I really like about this wheelbarrow, compared to most of its commercial cousins, is that it's pretty to look at. Now, if you'd like to build an exact copy of the wheelbarrow, a measured drawing and a materials list is available. And you'll hear more about that before this program ends. I'd also like to take a moment to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your power tools. Knowing how to use your power tools properly will greatly reduce the risk of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now, to get started on this project, the first thing that I did is, using the materials list that comes with the plan, I cut all the pieces of oak that I needed for the wheelbarrow, and they're to approximate sizes. Now I'm ready to start fine-tuning all the parts, and we'll start with this long piece, which is for the handles. And at the very front end of the handle, there's a slight angle. This is not 90 degrees. It's 84 degrees, and that angled cut is best made at the power miter box. There's no 90 degrees on my miter box, but if I move it over 6 degrees, what's left is 84 degrees. That takes care of the handles for now. Now, this next piece right here, a shorter piece, is to go across the front of the two handles. And the ends need to be cut at a 96-degree angle. Now, I'm not going to change anything at the miter box. Leave it where it's set and trim one end. Now, the result is that this angle is 84 degrees, but the complementary angle is the 96 degrees that I want. Now it's just a matter of measuring the length. In this case, 9 inches from the short point to the short point. Put a little mark to show I want it angling that way. Set it back in and cut it off. I've laid out my front piece for this little rabbet right here. And now I've set my table saw to 6 degrees to make the cross cuts. I'm going to use this little tenon jig to make the rip cuts that I need. And for 3/4 inch stock, this little toggle clamp works fine. But for thicker material, I'm just going to use an accessory clamp, this little bar clamp. And just clamp it securely in place and run it through. Now, while I'm at the table saw, I want to make a groove on the inside of this front piece for a threaded rod that really secures everything together. And I'll do that at the table saw just using the blade, making a couple passes, and moving the fence. I suppose I could set up a dado head, but this is just as quick. Now for the legs, and I'll cut both legs out of this blank. The legs are slightly tapered, a little bit wider at the top than they are at the bottom. So to cut those, I'll use my homemade tapering jig, which has an infinite number of selections. I've already adjusted it for the taper I want and set the rip fence in the right position. Just going to leave the line. The next thing to do is to cut the legs at the top where it meets the handle. And that's going to be 15 degrees. So we'll do that over at the miter box. Now let's talk about some of the connections. Where the leg meets the handle, where this strut meets the handle, where the strut meets the leg, where this cross brace laps over itself, and where it ties into the leg, all those joints are a form of a lap joint. And the best way to remove the material to make the lap joint is to use the radial arm saw, which is set up with the stacked dado head cutter. By changing the angle and the height of the saw, we can make all the cuts that we need. Now I've clamped the pieces together here loosely to show you what happens at the cross brace for the legs. Because the handles get wider at the back and because the leg tips back slightly, the cross brace doesn't sit flat against it like this. It actually sits at a slight angle. And that complicates things a little bit because I can't make just a straight notch in the leg. I need an angled notch. So to do that, I made a couple jigs to help me at the radial arm. The first jig is this piece, which is simply cut at a 6-degree angle, and that corresponds to the flare of the handles. Now, if I put the leg blank on that, I still have a problem. Because the leg is tapered, it's too low down at this end. So I made another piece, which is a wedge that goes from nothing to a 1/2 inch. And if I slip that under the leg blank, now this top edge is parallel to the table. When I run the radial arm through, I'll have a dado that's a little bit deeper on the back side here than it is on the front, which is exactly what I want. Where the pieces for the cross brace pass by one another, I want to make a 1/2 lap joint. It's just a matter of a flat angled notch. No special jigs needed here. see how this brace fits in there. Okay, I think that's going to be fine. All right, now before I do any assembly, there's still a few more things I want to do to the handle pieces. I've attached these little pine blocks because right along this line I need a half-round hole for the axle. And in order to guide the bit so it has something to go into, this block will help me with that. Now over here I also want to drill a 1/4-inch hole for the threaded rod that ties the front together. Now over here at the drill press I've tilted the table 6 degrees and installed this straight edge clamp as a guide. I'm going to bore a hole about 1 inch or so deep for that axle. With the straight edge clamp reinstalled on the table closest to me, I'm ready to drill the hole in the other handle for the axle. Same angle on the drill press table to drill the 1/4-inch hole for that threaded rod. I'm using a little template made out of poster board to lay out the grips at the end of the handles. Then I'll rough them out on the bandsaw. Now I'm just going to take a little bit off of each side of the handles in the area of the grip. Well, a 3/4-inch round over bit set up in my router makes this step a lot easier. Well, now I'm ready to start assembling the frame. And all the joints will be secured with a little bit of construction adhesive in either screws or carriage bolts. You might have noticed that I'm using a square drive screw. They're real nice to drive. These happen to be stainless steel. They really pull it together and they'll never rust. And this threaded rod will help hold the assembly together. Now one more carriage bolt right in the center of the cross brace. Now here are all the parts I need for my wheel mechanism, and I got them all at my local hardware store. First, the pneumatic tire, which is really sold as a replacement for the contractor's wheelbarrow. And for an axle, I bought some solid round stock, 5/8 of an inch in diameter, and it fits just right. I was lucky. It fits just right in these hardened bushings. And I needed some spacers, so I picked up some 3/4-inch electrical conduit and made a couple spacers that slip onto each side of the wheel. Now this whole setup drops into the handles, and the reason I have these little spacers is to stop the wheel from moving side to side, and I notched it over the rail so that it won't spin and actually drill through the wood. I also bought some flat stock, This happens to be galvanized, which means it won't rust, which is a good idea. And I cut some short pieces to hold everything in place. The bar sits over the bushing and the axle, and I'll bolt it all down with some little lag screws. Okay, now you can start to see what happens as I tighten the lags. The strap bends around the axle, securing it in place. Hey, look at that. Works pretty good. Well, the frame's built, and I think it's time to call it a day. We can easily finish it up tomorrow. Good morning. I get started today by cutting some pieces of oak, 4 pieces in all that'll make up the frame for the bottom of the tray. And it's slightly tapered. It gets narrower at the front. Now over here at the prototype you can see that the corners of the frame are joined with a simple half-lap joint that I'll make over at the radial arm. I'm using a little bit of construction adhesive at all the joints, and then I'm going to nail them together, all 4 corners. Let's go to the next step. Well, I'm now milling a little rabbet in the frame, and that's going to support the plywood deck. The plywood deck is 3/4 of an inch thick. I'm using a 3/8 inch rabbeting bit to make the rabbet, so I'll have to make a few passes to get it to the right depth. Plywood that I'm using for the base of the tray is known as MDO plywood. It actually has a paper surface on it. It's very tough and durable. Some construction adhesive and some stainless steel screws will hold the plywood in place and actually give this frame a lot of strength. I wanted the sides of my wheelbarrow to flare out, and that means that the edge of the bottom of the tray also has to have a flare. And the easiest way to do that is over on the joiner. I've tipped the fence to 10 degrees, and I'll just run it through a couple times. These holes that I drill in the corners of the tray frame for the carriage bolts that are going to hold it all together. These holes are for the bolts that will secure the tray to the frame. Finally, the bolts that join the corners of the tray frame. Had I put them in any earlier, they would have interfered with the base of the router and the joiner. Now, this little piece of oak is a wedge that I ripped on my table saw, which I had set at 25 degrees. And it will establish the angle for the front of the wheelbarrow. I'll hold it in place with some construction adhesive and screws. I've just milled a couple oak channels, and what they do is hold the front of the tray in place. There's one at the top and there's one at the bottom. Now the one on the bottom, when I slip it in here, I'm going to have to remove some additional material so that the panel will fit tight against the wedge. I want to take this material out. Okay, I've clamped the lower channel in place, and now I'm going to attach the front with a couple screws. The top channel is next, and that gets held in place with one screw in the middle. These strips of oak with a little dado cut in the middle are to really conceal the threaded rod, which is going to keep the sides of the wheelbarrow from falling off. It fits into the channels, and I'm going to put a screw at the top so that it won't pop out. The screw head later is covered by the metal brace at the front of the wheelbarrow. Boy, I'll tell you, this old machinist vise really comes in handy trying to bend this flat stock to make the little braces for the front of the wheelbarrow. And it's going to be a little bit of trial and error, but I'll get them shaped. A little bit more. Okay, that's good. Okay, that takes care of the front braces. Now I can start working on the sides. They're pieces of 1x10 oak. And if I slip it in here and you look down here, you can see that because the side is flared, it doesn't sit flat on the bottom. So I'm going to bevel the bottom edge at 10 degrees using my joiner. I used my bevel gauge to set my radial arm saw for the cut along the front of each side piece. It works out to be about 25 degrees. Okay, the sides come with two cleats. They both act as stiffeners, but the one at the back is a little bit longer and it sticks down because it's actually a stake that fits in a little metal bracket. That's what I'm going to make next. Okay, that takes care of the brackets. Now, what do you think we should use for a finish on this? Oak outside. Guess I better think about that for a while. You know, it took me a long time to decide what to finish our old-fashioned wheelbarrow with. I was afraid that if I used a urethane or a varnish, that it would chip after a while and then the wood would be exposed to moisture. Same thing would happen with paint. But I did recall years ago a method of preserving wooden ladders, and that was to put on coats of boiled linseed oil. So what I'm doing here is putting on a couple coats now, and then I'll put a coat on every year or so as needed. But you have to make sure to use the boiled oil, otherwise it will never dry. Come on. Come on. Well, now that a couple coats of oil have dried on our wheelbarrow, it almost looks too attractive to put to work. But believe me, it'll take a lot of abuse.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop, where today we're going to build a very attractive and useful project. If you don't happen to have one of these, you might think about building one. It's an umbrella stand, but there's a lot more to it than that. It features several hooks for hats, a mirror to look in before you head out the door, a compartment for the car keys, some drip pans to catch the water from the wet umbrellas, and we even put in some decorative tile. I'll show you how to build it next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
In this house, this is one of the more valued pieces of furniture. It sits central between the back door and the front door. We don't know how old it is, but it's done in that mission style of oak. It has a beveled mirror for one last look before you head out the door, a little compartment to store the keys, and plenty of space for such things as a shooting stick, a walking cane, or the umbrellas, which if they happen to be wet, these pans will pick up any of the water. Decorative tile backsplash, and plenty of hooks to hang up hats. I used to know someone who worked on that show. Well, anyway, I think we ought to take a shot at building one of these. Ah, boy, the perfect day to build an umbrella stand. By the looks of the weather out here, we're going to need to use some umbrellas this afternoon. But it's nice and dry and warm here in the shop. I'd like to show you our prototype umbrella stand. Pretty much like the original, built out of oak, and I guess the closest style of furniture this comes to is Mission. And I'd like to show you some of the details. Down at the bottom, the original had a metal pan to catch the water from the umbrellas. They tend to rust out and rot away. So what I chose to use is actually a flower pot liner. They come as clay, or in this case, plastic, so that should last for a long time. On the front of the stand, there's a turning, which is the leg, and it holds the frame together. This is actually a standard item that I picked up at the home center. It's just an oak stair baluster. Up in the middle, I built a key compartment, very much like the original. And above it, even though I'm not going to use tile on this one, I did make this opening big enough that if I find some nice 6-inch square tile, 5 will fit in there perfectly. Up here is a little shelf beneath the mirror. Now the mirror can't be installed till after the piece is finished. And I do want to use a beveled mirror like the original. And I don't want to order beveled mirror until the frame is together and I can get real accurate measurements. And I'll just bring that down to my glass store. Above the mirror are some little spindles, also a standard item that I picked up from my woodworker's supply house. Now, if you'd like to build an exact copy of this project, a measure drawing with a materials list with all the parts is available. And you'll hear more about that before this program ends. I'd also like to take a moment to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your power tools. Knowing how to use your power tools properly will greatly reduce the risk of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now, the first part of the project I want to work on today is this back frame. These back uprights, which are 1-inch thick oak, and all the cross pieces that fit in between, which are 3/4-inch oak. So the first thing I did this morning when I arrived at the shop was to rip and joint all the pieces that I need for that part of the project. I also took the time to lay out on that vertical upright piece where the rails will intersect. Now those joints between the rails and the stiles are all done with mortise and tenon joinery. I could use a mortising attachment in my drill press and the table saw to do that, but today I'm going to use something a little different. I'm going to use a mortise and tenon jig that I use with my router. Now the jig sits on the upright. This is the other upright for the other side. And this hole right here is to make a mortise. Using a clamp, I secure the jig in position, aligning the scribe mark on the jig with the layout line for the mortise. Make sure it's clamped firmly in place and tight to the edge. Now to cut the mortise, I'm going to use my router, which is equipped with a straight cutting bit and a little ball bearing at the top of it. And what you do is plunge the router into the work and allow the bearing to guide around the edge of the template. Now it's very important that I do not remove the router until it completely stops turning. Otherwise, when I raise it up, I might damage the bit and the template. Now, when I cut the mortise, a lot of sawdust gets stuck in the hole. So it's a good idea to vac that out and then make another pass to make sure all the material has been removed. There's one more mortise to make on these long uprights, and it's on the face to receive these short side rails. I don't want the rail to be flush with the edge. I want it set in about a ½ inch. If I use the jig, as I have been, the mortise will be very close to the edge. I want it in a ½ inch. And the easiest way to accomplish that is to take this wooden block, which is 3/4 of an inch thick, and replace it with one that's a 1/4 inch thick. And that'll move the cut in just the right amount. Well, now I'm ready to cut some tenons on the end of some of the rails. And I'm going to start with the long rails. I'll use the same mortise and tenoning jig, except this time I'm going to use this portion of the jig. And I align these little scribe marks in the template with a center line that I've placed on the end of the rail. I clamp it in place, making sure it's good and firm on the end of the rail. And using the same router bit, I'm just going to route away the material for this half of the tenon. Now to finish the other half of the tenon, all I have to do is flip the template over, clamp it back down with a little screw that's underneath, and route it out. Okay, that takes care of the 3 long cross rails, and they seem to be fitting pretty well. Now you could calculate every single measurement for every single piece. It's a little bit tricky. I like to cut and fit each piece, check it as I go along. So now I'm ready to make the mortise and tenons for the 2 stiles that'll hold the mirror. Okay, now this is what the back frame looks like with all the pieces mortised and tenoned and dry fitted together. Next, I want to drill some holes for the spindles. I'm using a 1/2 inch Forstner bit, and the holes have to be about a 1/2 inch deep. Now, I was unable to find some 6-inch long spindles. Maybe you'll have better luck. But I did find some 10-inch spindles. And what I'm going to do is just modify them. The first thing I'm going to do is cut them to about 6.5 inches long right here at the miter box. The next thing I want to do is take this little portion at the bottom that's bell-shaped and make it into a tenon, like the one at the top. The easiest way to do that is over here at the table saw, where I'm going to hold it against my miter gauge and just spin it slowly into the blade. Now, it's a good idea to coat all the mating surfaces, the tenons, the mortises, with a nice coat of this yellow carpenter's glue. I don't want to put too much pressure on this. I don't want to squeeze out all the glue. I just want to bring the joint together. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to check it for square, just by taking some diagonal measurements. All right, I got 46 and 5/8. Let's see what the other diagonal is. 46 and 9/16, just a little bit out of square, so I think I'll get another clamp. What I'm going to do is just put another clamp across the diagonal that was the longest, and just squeeze it together a little bit and check my measurement again. Okay, I got 46 and just a little over 9/16, and that should be right, but let's check the other diagonal just to be sure. Okay, and this one is just a little over 46 and 9/16, so we're good. I've clamped one of the uprights to the workbench, and I'm going to use my router, which is equipped with a 1/2-inch diameter straight cutting bit and a 5/8 diameter collar. And what I'm going to do is actually set the base of the router right on the clamp and guide the collar against it. Now, to make up the difference between the diameter of the bit and the collar, I have to offset the clamp, in this case, 1/16 of an inch. Here's the layout for the mortise, and the first clamp will be set 1/16 of an inch away. Now, my shelf is 3/4 of an inch thick. So 3/4 plus 1/16 plus another 1/16 on the other side is 7/8. And instead of measuring it, I just made a 7/8 inch wide block. I'll slide the other clamp against it, tighten it down, and route it out. Now, as far as coming to this end point, I'll just do that by eye. Now, this is a little poster board template that I made of the top of that rear upright from the original. I'm just going to trace the outline, and then I'll cut it out using my handheld jigsaw. All right, a little bit of drum sanding to smooth up the saw cuts, and then I'll be ready for some assembly. Now, with the subassembly dried and removed from the clamps and the long uprights all sanded, now we start to see what the whole assembly looks like. And after I squeeze it together, I'm going to put some clamp pressure on it and set it aside to dry. Okay, 83 3/4, nice and square. What I'm doing now is making a stopped dado in adjacent sides of the bottom of the baluster. And I'm using the same techniques that I used to make the stopped dado in the back uprights. Those two dados will receive the bottom shelf at the front edge. I've set the umbrella stand up on the workbench so I can show you this subtle but important point about the balusters. The standard baluster has just square edges at the top, and that looks a little unfinished. So to dress up the top edge, I simply beveled all four edges at 20 degrees. Gives it a nice finished look. Now, down at the bottom, there's always a problem with square edges. When you slide around, they want to chip. Now, you could put a button, a furniture button under it, or you could just sand the edges. But I wanted the piece to look lighter also, so I simply beveled all four edges at 45 degrees. Now, both the top and bottom of the baluster are beveled at the power miter box. So I've set it up to do the top first. There's a stop down here against which I rest the baluster. I've turned the miter box to 20 degrees. Now I'll just cut, rotate, cut and rotate until it's finished. Now I'm going to change the miter box setting from 20 degrees to 45 degrees. I want the bevel on the bottom of the baluster to be about 9/16 up from the bottom edge. So I'm just going to sight that. I'm going to sight the edge of the blade to the mark I made, hold the baluster in place, and reset the stop. And I'll use the same technique as I used on the top. Now for the rails. There are two short ones, one on each side to join the baluster to the back frame, and one long one across the front that connects the two balusters. Now on the original, the front rail was a little bit higher in the middle, where the key box is. So earlier I took a piece of stock, put the tenons on the ends with my tenoning jig, and laid out to cut that elevation. I'll just use my bandsaw. Now all the rails have a little decorative bead at the top and bottom edge. To make that bead, I've set up my table saw with a molding head cutter, which is just a heavy wheel with 3 interchangeable cutters. Now this particular knife has a bead profile in the middle. So I've positioned it at the right height. I'm going to reinstall my filler plate, slide the fence over to the setting that I want, and run the pieces through. Well, here I'm laying out to remove some material at each corner of the shelf so that it'll fit into the stop dado and tight against the baluster. I'll remove the material at the bandsaw. Now that's the material that I need to remove on the corner where it meets the back upright. Okay, now that takes care of the holes for the flower pot liners. I'm using a 1/2 inch radius round over bit just to ease the edges of the shelf. Now there's one more little detail. Where the tenons from the front and side rails meet, they're going to bump into one another unless I trim a little off at the bandsaw. Some glue and a couple screws fasten the upright to the bottom shelf. And now it's just a matter of some more glue and some clamps to put the rest of the assembly together. An 1 5/8" screw through the baluster and into the end of the shelf holds everything together. And I'll plug the counter bore with this little dowel. So I've just cut one of the brackets that goes underneath the shelf beneath the mirror. One more to go. To reinforce the joint between the shelf and the top of the bracket, I made a slot with my plate joiner for a biscuit. Well, a little bit of glue and a couple screws hold the bracket. I've just made the corresponding slot for the biscuit in the bottom of the shelf. Using a chamfering bit, I've beveled the edges of the shelf. Now the lidded box, perhaps you might want to keep keys in there, is made from 1/2-inch oak. And the corners joints are rabbeted together, and the bottom sits in a dado. So I've set up my table saw with a 1/2-inch dado head cutter, and the first thing I'm going to do is run the rabbets through the ends of the side pieces. This is a 1/2-inch wide dado to receive the bottom of the box. Well, this piece will get used for the lid, and I've chamfered 3 edges. Now these 2 pieces will now be joined together with hinges. Okay, that takes care of the lid. Now the lid is going to get attached to the box with some biscuits. I've already made the slots in the box. Now I'm going to make the slots that go in the lid itself. First, I'm going to take the lid assembly and clamp it to the lower rail. Well, now I pre-drill and screw the lid to the lower rail. Now with glue on the biscuits and in the slots, I can slip it up into place, clamp it at the back, and nail it in the front. The decorative pieces between the uprights and the stiles are made of 1/2-inch oak, and they're easily cut here on the bandsaw. I traced a pattern made from the original. These little decorative elements are held in place with a little bit of glue and just 1 nail to hold it in place while the glue dries. Now all that's left to do is measure and order up the mirror, figure out what color stain I want to use on this piece, and then stain it and urethane it, put the hardware on, and this piece will be ready for the umbrellas and the hats. We decided to finish our umbrella stand the way Gustav Stickley finished his furniture. You might recall that he was one of the leading forces behind the Craftsman style of furniture. Now, I've been told that what he would do is have tents suspended in his furniture factory and lower them over a newly crafted piece and then fume it with chemicals. Well, the chemicals are hazardous, and if you don't take all the necessary precautions when you perform the process, it can be dangerous. Now, even though my piece turned out okay and I didn't cause any damage to myself, I wouldn't recommend that you try it. Even I would seek a safer alternative. But you can't beat the look. Now here's a piece of raw oak, and there's what it looks like after it's fumed. Now the final step of the process is to just rub on a little bit of wax, and when it's set, I'm just going to take a clean rag and polish it. I'm really pleased with the way the finish turned out on this piece. We've installed the decorative tiles, a beveled mirror, and plenty of brass hooks for hats.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop. 150 years ago, a craftsman in the town of Concord, Massachusetts, not far from here, built a beautiful four-poster bed. He turned the posts from maple and made the head and footboard out of pine. His work became the inspiration for our project today, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Today we're at the Concord Museum in their newest wing. It's a wonderful place. The entire museum houses thousands of artifacts from the historic region. It's open daily except for Mondays. Now we're only a stone's throw from the North Bridge, where all those unpleasantries with the British started oh so many years ago. But today we come in peace to look at a bed that they've kindly removed from storage and set up so that I can show you. As you can see, it's a four-poster, nice, robust turnings. The posts, I'm told, are maple. The headboard is pine, scrolled in serpentine, and it has a couple different paints on it, some red and some black that's been somehow brushed on. The rails are good and solid, and the original bed had a rope foundation. But the thing that really attracts me to this piece are the turnings. They're not too complicated, and I think they'd make a good project for our new lathe. So I'll take some measurements to get a pattern, and we'll get back to the shop and see what we can do. Now this bed was fun to build. Even though I'm not an experienced wood turner, I can see how people can get addicted to it. Now, just like the original, I made the turnings and the bed frame from maple and the headboard from pine. Now, the challenge with this project is actually the post. They're 54 inches high, and since my lathe will only handle 3-foot capacity, I had to make the turning in two pieces. A lower piece, which is the square section, and the foot, onto which sits the upper turning that has a dowel. It just fits down in there, and it'll get all glued together in the final assembly. Now, if you'd like to build an exact copy of this bed, a measured drawing and a materials list is available, and you'll hear more about that before this program ends. I also want to take a moment to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your power tools. Knowing how to use your power tools properly will greatly reduce the risk of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now, I want to start today by showing you the collection of tools we're going to use to turn out the post. There are several gouges, different sizes. Now, a gouge is just a scoop-shaped tool, and the turning, or the grind on the end of it, is sort of a thumbnail shape. Another tool I'm going to use is this tool, a skew chisel, because it's angled. And it's actually beveled on both sides. Another useful tool is this scraper, about 1 inch wide, ground in only one direction, just a slight angle. And finally, this tool, a parting tool, which is only about 1/8 of an inch wide. Now, I found it very useful to draw up a full-scale pattern of the turning that I'm going to do. So here you see the upper post drawn at full scale from the notes I took at the museum. And it's useful because it gives me a real good idea of what I'm trying to form in its full size. And also, when I'm using my calipers, which is my measuring tool, I can just hold it on the full-scale drawing, set it to the right diameter, and transfer it to the piece I'm turning rather than measuring everything. Also, it's useful to help me make these guide sticks, which is simply a piece of wood with marks at all the critical turnings that I'll use to transfer pencil lines onto the turning as I get ready to start. Now, the stock itself is 3.5-inch square maple that I've trued up nice and square. The first step is to find the center point at each end. So I'm using this centering tool. It has a 90-degree ledge that hooks over the side of the piece, and I'll draw a line from every corner. I like to do all 4 sides, because if my piece is slightly out of square, it'll average it out. Now, with center holes punched in each end of the blank, I'm going to go to the headstock section of the lathe, which contains a motor, some drive belts, which all lead to this shaft, into which this piece fits. I like to think of it as a clutch. It's called a spur drive. And these little spurs, when they're pressed into the wood, will hold the stock while the lathe turns. Now, there's no sense in removing with chisels anything I can remove with the table saw. So looking at my full-scale pattern, I check my measurements, and I see that 3 3/8 is the largest diameter. And since my blank is 3.5, I'm just going to take a compass, give myself a little extra, and draw a circle to set my saw to knock off the corners. Mounting the blank is pretty straightforward. First, at the headstock end, I install the piece, making sure the spurs are in the impressions that I made. And down here, at the tailstock end, there's another center. This time it's a cup center. It has a sharp edge, sort of a concave shape, and a centering point. And I just turn the centering point into the pre-punched hole, and then the cup center into the wood as I turn it, so that it engages about a 1/16 or 1/8 of an inch into the piece. Now, because this is what's known as a dead center, which means only the wood spins, not the center, I'm going to put a little drop of oil for some lubrication. Okay, that seems to be pretty well set. Now, before I do any turning, I want to put on this face mask, because you never know when a piece of wood might come flying off the lathe. I'm going to turn the lathe on at a very low RPM to check the balance, about 500 RPMs. That seems to be okay. So now I'm going to move the tool rest within about 1/8 of an inch of the blank and lock it in place. And I'm going to start out using the widest of my gouges. Now, I find the gouge to be one of the most useful wood-turning tools. It can remove a lot of material quickly, and I can also use it to turn beads. Now the objective is to turn the entire blank into a perfect cylinder. All right, that seems to be pretty round now, at least in that section. So now I'm going to move the tool rest down and start taking care of the next area. Okay, I'd say that's pretty good. Now I'm going to take my gauge stick and transfer my marks along the cylinder. Now I'm just going to take my calipers and set them to where I want to start turning. And I'm going to start down at this end here And I'm going to set them a little bit wider than what I need because I can always fine-tune it later. Now, using a parting tool, I'm going to cut in and keep checking until I get it to the distance that I want. Okay. This end of the turning down here, the last 3 inches, is going to be the dowel that connects the 2 pieces. That's 2 inches in diameter. Well, now that I've cut V-grooves in here, now I'm going to use a small gouge and create the beads. And what I'm doing here is actually bringing the gouge up to the ridge, and to go over to the top edge, I just sort of roll it and then swing it around. Now what I'm doing is just putting a couple little V-grooves on each side of what will become a little bead. Before I cut the bead in the center, I'm putting a couple little coves. Just taking off a hair. Okay, now I'm going to switch to a smaller gouge, and I'll just bead over the rib in the center, taking it all the way down to the cove that I just made. Now I'm ready to start shaping this long element here. So I'm going to go to my largest gouge and start roughing it out. Now at this point, I'm starting to trim down the last 3 inches that becomes the dowel, and I want that to be exactly 2 inches in diameter. So that my dowel is nice and straight, I'm going to use my scraper to get a straight edge on it. Now the only thing I have to do is smooth up any ridges that are left with a little bit of sandpaper. Okay, well that pretty much takes care of the sanding. Now I'm ready to remove it from the lathe, But up here at the very top of the post, I want this to come almost to a point. So I'll trim that off and it'll come right from the lathe. So that's how I turn the upper portion of each post. Now the lower portion is a little bit different. There's a square section into which the rails are mortised, and it's turned down below. Because it's full-size square up here, I won't be able to go to the table saw and knock the corners off. I'll have to do all the work at the lathe. Now on the lower turning, the square portion has the corners just slightly rounded over. And that's probably the most difficult part of the turning to actually do, because if you go in too quickly, you'll split the corner. So I'm just going to use my broad gouge and just very carefully round over the corners. Now with my scraper, I'm just going to try to clean it up just a little bit, ever so gentle a touch. Boy, you can generate a lot of wood shavings from just a couple turnings. Well, now what I have to do is drill a 2-inch hole in the top of the square portion so the dowel from our upper turning can fit into it. That has to be perfectly straight. So that sort of rules out drilling it by hand. Could take it over to the drill press and try that, but I don't think it'll work very well. The best way to do it is to take the chuck out of the drill press, install it in the lathe, turn the piece end for end, and just ease it into the bit. It works pretty well. Now the bit that I've chosen is a 2-inch Forstner bit. I'm going to put a little board here which is cut the correct height so that the center of the block will be in the right position. It helps me hold everything. That end against the bit. This end, I'll just turn my tailstock into it. Now, unlike a drill press where you actually pull the bit into the work, this wheel will push the board into the drill bit. Now, the other thing is that the piece is going to want to spin. So I'm just going to put a clamp on it so that I can hold it as I drill the hole. Pretty good. Now we've got some more holes to drill. Now the long rails of the bed are mortised into the post. And that's what this layout is right here. It's a 2-inch wide by 2 1/4-inch high mortise. I'll drill a hole to remove most of the material, and then I'll clean out the corners with my mortising machine. On the opposite side, I also have to drill a couple holes. A 1 1/4-inch counterbore for the washer and nut, and a 3/8 through hole for the bolt. And I'll do all that at the drill press. Okay, now to the mortising machine. Now this is a very useful machine. It's a single-purpose piece of equipment that does mortising. A round drill bit that passes through a square chisel are all you need to make perfectly square holes. Okay, that takes care of the mortise for the long rails. Now, on the adjacent side, I need to make a smaller mortise for the short rails. Have another look at the prototype again. The footboard and the headboard are let into the post, into a mortise. They're a little tougher to make. In order for this turning to sit absolutely flat, I have to make a couple shims to compensate for the differences in diameters between this point and this point. Once those are set, the piece is now parallel to the bottom of the table and to the fence, and I can cut my mortise. Now I'm going to turn it around and widen the mortise. Okay, now I'm going to try a little scrap of wood which is equal in thickness to the headboard pieces and just tap it in place. Okay, and that's good. Now to make sure that the upper mortise lines up with the lower mortise, I'm simply going to take a framing square and put it up against the wedge or the piece that I just drove in and draw the sidelines of the upper mortise. Well, last night I stuck around long enough to glue up some pieces for the long rails and the short rails. And I use 6/4 stock, 2 pieces for each, because I didn't want to pay the high price of 16/4 stock, and after all, I'm not going to turn these pieces. Now what I've done is run it through the joiner so I have one true edge that's square to the side, and now I'll take it to my surface planer and true it up. Well, now I'm ready to cut the tenons on the end of my rails. So I set up my stacked dado head cutter in the radial arm, and I've installed a stop block to control the length of the tenon. And now I'll just run the sides of each piece through. I've made a slight adjustment to the height of the saw, and now I'll cut the top and bottom of each tenon. Well, I also spent some time last night gluing up some 3/4 inch thick pine boards to make blanks for the headboard and the footboard. Then I traced the outline of the cutout from a poster board pattern that I made, much like the pattern at the Concord Museum. Now I'm just cutting it out with my handheld jigsaw. When I'm finished, I'll sand all the edges nice and smooth, and then we'll be ready for some assembly. Applying a little bit of glue to the tenon and to the inside of the mortise. The first thing I'm going to put together is the short rail. Slip that through, clamp it in place, and then I'll secure the joint with one screw. Later the bed bolt will pass through it and really secure it. Okay, now to attach the headboard to the post, I'm just going to use glue. Just slip them into the mortises. Well, now I've applied glue to the dowel and to the socket, and we'll see if we can tap it all into place. Okay, that's about all I'm going to get out of that. Now we'll assemble the footboard. Now to connect the long rails to the head and footboard, I'm using what is known as a hanger bolt. It's a lag type screw on one end and a thread for a nut on the other end. The first thing I want to do is drill a hole through the tenon of the short rails. Now with the headboard removed, you can see that when I drilled through with the large drill, I just went far enough to give me an indicator mark, which I'll use now for a 1/4-inch bit for a pilot screw. Now I'll just thread the hanger bolt into that hole. Okay, now one more dry run at the fit, put it together, and bolt it down. Okay, that's good and sturdy. Now I'll disassemble it, do the final sanding, and get ready to put some finish on. Now I've decided to stain all the maple elements of the bed using sort of a dark stain known as American walnut. It's a water-based stain. Once it's dry, I'll put on a couple coats of satin polyurethane. Now for the pine, I'm going to treat that a little differently. Now you get to see what the turnings and the rails look like with a couple coats of water-based satin polyurethane. Now the first step in treating the pine is to put on a coat of acrylic latex primer. And finally, a nice coat of Wedgwood blue. Well, the original colonial bed had a rope foundation and I'm sure some kind of straw mattress. We can do a little better than that. A good box spring and a nice firm mattress, and I'll be ready for a good night's sleep.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop. But today we're going to build the most unusual project we've done to date, this dovecote. It's authentically sized and detailed, and we think it'll make a nice addition to our landscape. Now, our early colonial settlers used this to raise poultry, squab that would end up on the dinner table. This one has 12 compartments. In a moment, I'll show you one with 48 compartments at Colonial Williamsburg. That's next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
You're looking at one of the original structures here at Colonial Williamsburg. Built in 1750, it became the home of George Wythe, who was Thomas Jefferson's teacher of law. And on this side of the formal garden is where the everyday things happened, the storage of animals. And starting further down is the kitchen building, followed by a small smokehouse, and then a laundry. Over here, this building was used for the storage of lumber and other miscellaneous items. And this building was the stable. What I brought you here to see is this structure, a dovecote, a home for doves. Now, this is a very large version with individual boxes for up to 48 birds. Now, this was not simply an ornament, it was actually a way of life. What would happen is the birds would come in, lay their eggs, which eventually would hatch, and once they were hatched, the owner would come in and tether the squab to the box so it wouldn't escape. The mother would continue to feed it, and when it was just right, it would be harvested. And it was a nice change from the salted and dried meats that had been at the table all winter. Now, this is a little large for our garden, 9 feet by 6 feet. But I think if I'm real careful, I'll be able to scale it down and still incorporate the beaded boards, the forged nails, and the wood shingle roof. And I don't think we'll have much problem attracting some doves, since they tell me here at Williamsburg there's a waiting list to get into one of the nesting boxes. Well, do you know any pigeons? Tell them we got plenty of rooms to rent. Well, even though I scaled down our version of the dovecote, it still ended up being a pretty good size. The one at Williamsburg had been constructed from pine and painted. That means it has to be maintained. So when it came time to choose the materials for ours, I went with cypress siding, which requires no treatment and will weather very nicely, Western red cedar shingles for the roof, and everything is built on a framework of pressure-treated material. Now, if you'd like to build one of these dovecotes for your garden area, a measured drawing and a materials list is available. And you'll hear more about that before the program ends. I'd also like to take a moment to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your power tools. Knowing how to use your power tools properly will greatly reduce the risk of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now, I started out this morning working on the 4 corner posts of the dovecote. They're 36 inches tall, and they have a dado at the bottom edges, which will pick up a framework of 2x4s. To make the dado, I've set up my radial arm saw with the stacked dado head cutter and adjusted the height so that it'll remove 1.5 inches of material. Now, when you're working with pressure-treated material in a closed space like this and creating a lot of dust, it's a good idea to wear one of these particle masks. Here are all the remaining frame parts cut from 2x4s. And I made all the dados and rabbets over at the radial arm saw with the stacked dado head cutter, just as I did with the corner posts. Now we're ready for some assembly. And I'm going to start working on the gable end. The corner posts are in each corner, connected by this member, which goes across the lower part. It's a simple matter of slipping the piece into the dados and securing everything with 2.5-inch screws. The next piece is this 2x4 that joins the top. The 2 gable end sections are connected with these long pieces. Now, you might have noticed that I'm not pre-drilling for the screws. That's because it's a special screw. It has a special tip that will drill a hole as it's driven in. It's also coated so that it'll be unaffected by the pressure-treated lumber. Now, this short 2x4 fits into the dados of the long members, and I've cut a half-lap joint so that it really ties everything together and adds a lot of strength. Well, I flipped the entire framework upside down on the workbench, and now I'm installing a lightweight frame, just like the one at the bottom. I made it from half 2x4s, so it really doesn't carry any weight. Oh, here I've been making some partitions out of 1x8 cedar. I need 8 in all, and what they do is fit in the framework, 2 of them at each corner. Well, now I want to subdivide the long sides of the dovecote. So I've nailed a piece of flooring on the bottom and a piece of the ceiling at the top. And now I'm just taking a piece of 1x8 as the divider. Once this is in place, I'm just going to fill in all the floor areas and all the ceiling areas. Each compartment has an upper and lower floor. So I'm going to use this piece of scrap as a gauge to attach this little cleat, which will support the floor shelf. With the floors and partitions nailed in place, I still have a little gap here in the corner. So I ripped some 1x1 stock that I'm just going to nail in place. Now, in order for the middle floors and the dividers on the long sides to align with the framework, I need to build them out. So I ripped some strips that I'm just going to nail on. Okay, now I've taken my stacked dado head cutter out of the radial arm and installed it in my table saw so that I could rabbet the length of these 1x6s, 12 in all, and I'll show you where they go. Now each corner I'm going to use 2 of these, and how they set is right in like this and one butted right against it like that. And then over here on the long run, I'm going to put one on each side of the center partition. Now the little rabbets that I made are going to hold boards that go in between later. With this much of it together, you start to get a sense of how big each compartment is going to be for the birds. Well, you know, I've been in hotel rooms that are smaller than this. Well, believe it or not, we're ready to start trimming out the exterior. The siding has a nice decorative bead, as well as the corner boards. They're just produced in a slightly different manner. I'm going to start with the corner boards. So I've set up my router table with a beading bit. I've put this feather board on to hold the stock tight against the fence, and I've hooked up my vac to take away the chips. I'll show you how it works. To install the corner boards, I'm going to use a piece of scrap material which is equal to the thickness of the siding on the gable end as a gauge. Just bring it out even and tack it in place with a couple nails. Well, now I'll show you how I made the siding. It's a useful technique. You could use it for interior paneling or exterior siding. It's a shiplap design. There's a bead at the top edge of each board with a rabbet. And then each board that lays above it also has a rabbet, so it interlocks like this. Therefore, water will be shed away instead of running in. I started by running each board through, making this bead. To do that, I used the same bit that I used on the corner boards, except that I've raised it up. And now I just run the board through. Now with the bead complete, the next thing I want to do is knock off this corner so that it looks like this. I use the same bit, this time I lower it. Next, I want to make the rabbet close to the bead. So it's back to the table saw and the stacked dado head cutter. Okay, now with a slight adjustment to the height of the dado and the rip fence, I can now run the opposite edge. Well, I think that's enough for today. Tomorrow, I'll install the siding, frame the roof, shingle it, and then cut the openings. And of course, after that, there's the bathrooms and the wall-to-wall carpeting. Well, it's really starting to look more like a packing crate than a dovecote, but have faith, it'll start to take shape. I'm completing the siding this morning. 3 sides are done, 1 to go. I cut the pieces so that they fit snugly between the corner boards. And everything that I've put together so far is nailed with 4-penny galvanized finish nails that come in clips and fit in my pneumatic nailer. Now, one thing before I put the next piece of siding, I noticed in the prototype that there was a hole in this corner that will be open from underneath, and I was afraid bees would get in there and make a bee's nest that you'd never be able to get rid of. So I've cut some scraps with the corners notched out. It'll just close off that area. Okay, it's not necessary to measure each piece of siding as we go up one of the walls. It's much more accurate to use a stop block. So what I've done at the radial arm is set it up so that I square one end of the board first, slide it down to a block that's set precisely for the measurement I need, and cut the other end. Okay, well that's all the siding I want to do for now. Next, I want to cut the holes for the roost. The openings on this dovecote are really the most important feature, so I wanted them to be very consistent and precise. And I could lay out every single one with a pencil and cut it with a jigsaw, but that is very time-consuming. So what I've done to speed it up and have perfect accuracy is make a jig that allows me to cut 2 openings at once. Now I've installed in my router a collar which follows the inside of the form, limiting the travel of the bit. The bit itself is a 1/2-inch spiral bit which removes the wood chips quickly. Because I'm going through 3/4 of an inch of wood, I've gone halfway with the first pass, now I'll finish it up. I suppose there are a lot of ways that I could have attached the perch to the side of the dovecote. I could have used dowels, I could have mortised them in, I could even have fastened them with some screws from the inside. But I decided to use biscuits. So while the piece is still up on the workbench, I'm going to use my biscuit cutter to make a slot at each opening. The rafters for our dovecote are not unlike the rafters you might find in your own house. They have a 45-degree slope, or a 12-12, a 12-inch rise over a 12-inch run. At the ridge, there's a vertical cut where they butt together. No need for a ridge board on such a small project. And down at the bottom, there's a crow's foot that sits on top of the plate. Now, I'll make the crow's foot at the radial arm saw. I've taken the 2x4 and laid out the cut I need to make, and then tip the saw to 45 degrees. 2 passes will take care of it. Now to make the cut at the ridge, I've turned my miter saw to 45 degrees and installed a stop block for the correct length. Now there's one more thing I want to do before I set the rafters in place, and that's slip the boards in that form the rest of the back of each roost. It has a rabbet on each edge, and it slips into the boards we've already installed. It's a little loose, and that's because I want to be able to take it out should I ever have to clean one of the roosts. I'll just hold it in place with one screw. Okay, now to start setting the rafters, the first thing I'm going to do is drive one nail down through the top edge, a 16-penny spike, right into the corner of the plate. Okay, now I've switched to 8-penny nails, and I'm putting one nail in at the ridge, and I'm going to toe a nail in down to the plate. Now, one more precaution. To keep any critters from getting up into the attic space, I'm going to install a piece of screen. This will also let air circulate on the underside of the roof shingles, keeping them from curling. These little cleats just give a little more added support to the screen. Well, now I'm ready to set the base for the shingles. There's only one way to do a wood shingle roof, and that's to use straps like this. You don't want to put it over plywood. It has to breathe. Now, the spacing that I'm using is 4.5 inches on center, which is the same as the exposure on the shingles. The rake boards are next. They're beaded just like the corner boards, and they're mitered at the top at a 45-degree angle and square at the bottom. You'll notice I've installed a couple cleats on top of the shingle slats, and that's just so that when I set the board by bringing it tight to the cleat, I know it's in exactly the right position. Let's look at the prototype again. I want to make this fascia board, and down at the bottom corner I've put a little cove, and I'll do that with a router. Now, if I apply this fascia board as is, the only place it's going to hit the siding is on this point. But if I bevel the edge, I'll have a broader surface for it to fit. I'll do that at the joiner. How about a shingle lesson? We're going to use these Western red cedar shingles. Now, it's important that I have a little bit of overhang for the shingle beyond the fascia board. So I've installed this little strip of wood temporarily. I'll take it off later. To act as a gauge, I'll just hold the shingle even with that. I won't have to measure. It's also important that I have the shingle overhang the rake board. So I'm going to put another little cleat right on the side like this. A shingle that's too wide like this is likely to buckle. Okay, that's it for the starter course. Now I lay another course holding the bottom edges even and making sure that I overlap any of the joints by at least an inch. Now this mark is 4.5 inches up from the bottom, which is the exposure of our shingles. I've marked each end of the roof, and now I'm going to tack on a straight edge and lay down the next course. Now you can see why it's so handy to have the cleat. You can lay out all the shingles, shift them around as necessary, and then nail it all up. Now, of course, as I get close to the ridge, I have to cut the top edge of the shingles off so they won't stick over. Okay, well, a couple pieces of cedar at the ridge completes the roof. Now all I have left to do is make and install the perches. Now to make the perches, I'm using another jig, except this time the router follows the outer edge of the jig. Same bit, same collar. Now a biscuit slot in the end of the perch, and it can be installed. A little bit of waterproof glue on the biscuit, some in the slot. Set that in place. And a little bit of glue on the end of the perch and in that slot. Okay, and I should just have to squeeze it in place. Shouldn't need any clamps. And just wipe off any excess glue. Well, all right. I'd say that just about does it. I'll have to build some sort of base for it and find a place out in the landscape. And then the last thing to do is take an ad out in the Pigeon News. Rooms for rent. Well, we've decided to install our dovecote out by this stone wall. And I've elevated it on this frame of pressure-treated lumber that sits on concrete blocks and has outriggers as stabilizers. In fact, the other night we had some 60-mile-an-hour winds, and it did just fine. Now, where are the pigeons?
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.